Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the kids. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. That him, he Anglican boys, very much.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Monday to you. We have a poll. We have a poll in chat to kick things off, kick the week off. Let's see, we've got 384 people here for the start and 315 votes. So there's like 70 of you that haven't done it. We'll give you just a minute to get that in. Welcome, first and foremost, to Brianne K. First in chat today. Do not list your lives in Discord anymore. I have a confession. Jamie, I have a confession. I am terrible at Discord. I'm absolutely terrible at it. I'd love to research on it, but as far as making posts and everything, they've done that for me, they being the moderators over there. And so if they're gone or busy or otherwise engaged, it just doesn't happen. So, sorry. I've never posted my own live in Discord. I never have. So, I'm sorry. Discord is fantastic, though. If you haven't joined yet, there's the link to do it. All right. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, for those who are asking, the fires are far from me. So far that I cannot even smell the smoke or see it in the sky. I realize there are some crazy fires in South Carolina. There's some crazy fires in North Carolina, which is just weird because I was going to say it's February, but now it's March. Welcome to March. In like a lion, out like a lamb. Is that how it goes? Or is that April? I can't remember. It is my birth month, though. Finally made it to my birth month. I'm excited. Got about 3 weeks or so before that rolls around. Let's see, almost exactly 3 weeks. As a matter of fact, I just did the math. 3 weeks from today is the anniversary of my great grand entrance into the world. So happy birth month to all others who have a birth month this month. A couple things. First of all, I went to the post office box this morning. And somebody took pity on me, probably after the Walmart stream, where I tried valiantly to find Cheetos in flamin' hot dill pickle flavor. Let's see, who was this? It came with a wonderful Hump Day card. Lori, thank you very much. I love the Hump Day birthday card, which was modified to be a any day card. Lori, thank you very much for the amazing gift. And that was not all. I also got a letter from, what country is this from? Canada. From Nell Rogers. Nell, I'm going to find a way to get you some stickers, okay? We'll make that happen. Nell made me a keychain. It's a pickle. It's a pickle is what it is. You can't see it on this one. It's a pickle. And Nell said, I didn't like how it turned out, so I made you another keychain. It's a little bit bigger. So I now have a big dill and a little dill wrapping pickle keychain, a unique, one-of-a-kind, handmade keychains there. There they are, with the glasses and everything. Thank you very much, Nell, for those. That was amazing. I will find a way to get you some stickers. And let me just say, Nell, I have never in my life seen a font as small as your handwriting that is neat and readable. Without making it on a computer. I don't know how you did it. That's like 3 chapters was written on this. You can't tell, but it's like infinitesimally small. Like the lines you wrote it on, that's the height of the letters. Unbelievable. Thank you very much. And then I did this is the first time it's ever happened. I'm going to make it right. But Mary sent me a request for a sticker, which I love, self-addressed stamped envelope. And in my opening it, I completely shredded the envelope. I'm sorry, Mary. I'm going to make you a new envelope. I have a stamp thanks to many generous people. I have many stamps, so I'm going to go ahead and get you a sticker out. But thank you. I think that covers all that came in the mail today, so that is wonderful. I'm going to save those chips for my diet day. Or my, what day does a diet not count? I can't remember. All right. Happy Monday. Reuse a stamp. It's an envelope that has the stamp like permanently on it, I think. So I have to like cut it out of the envelope. I don't think they like that. But it's like pre-printed. Where's my cheat day? Right. Cheat day on the diet. I'll have to be really good with salads for a while before I can try the Cheetos with dill pickle. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Another day, every day ending in AY. Those are the cheat days. Good to know. Full disclosure here. It has been a rough year. With losing friends. And I lost another good friend yesterday morning. It was way too soon. He was 37. He's got a 5 and a 2-year-old, and another one on the way next month. And it just hurts. I'm ready to be done losing friends. So if all of y'all can just stick around for a while, I would appreciate that. I don't know when the funeral is, but I will whenever it is. I'm going there, and so I'll work around that schedule. But the funeral comes first. I wanted to let you know. So when I do find out when it is, it will probably be this week. There's a good chance it'll be on Saturday, which wouldn't interrupt the schedule at all. But I'll be there. So all right. Fun story about that friend. His name is James, by the way. It takes a good friend to be able to say something to another friend that might not be easy to hear. And James was that friend for me. And he told me, he said, Scott, you need to get a new suit. And he was right. My old suit was just beyond tattered. And I just don't like wearing a suit very much. So I don't like buying suits. And he said, do you need to get a new suit? I'm like, I hate it. And he said, you need to go. And he gave me a recommendation for a suit shop down in Kinston. It's called Studio H. It's like an old-fashioned store where you actually go in and the guy's got the measuring tape around his neck and there's like rows of suits and pants and everything. I'd always bought mine on the internet. I kid you not. I bought my suits on the internet. And then if they didn't fit, I'd send it back and get a different size. But he sent me down there and they had, I don't know, 2,000 suits in this store available for sale. And I went down and I'm walking all over. I mean, there's like, here's all of our black suits and here are all of our blue suits and here are all of our, and then you've got navy, which is different than blue. It's just sections upon sections. I wander around until I find one. I'm like, how about this one? And the first suit I picked up and put on, I liked, and it was actually the right size. It needed to be tailored to me, and they did that. But I got it a couple weeks later. I went and picked it up, and then I wore it to church, where I'll often bump into James. And I walk into church, and James and I are wearing the same suit. I kid you not. Not just the same, like, oh, that looks similar. It is the exact same suit, and I always thought it was funny that we bought the exact same suit out of the store. But good friend, and I will miss him terribly. So anyway, out of all the suits, it was that one. So makes you smile. All right. Let's see. Sorry, we have some birthday songs. I might need some water real quick. Hang on one second. What I mean exact suit. We could have exchanged coats, and it would have been absolutely. I mean, it was perfect. We checked the labels inside. It was the same model, same make, everything. But wear it with pride now. All right. Let's see. Celestial Force. Did you get with the EMT explanation? I think so. Celestial Force. I've been sort of busy. Hey, little Larry. Thanks for the water. Ooh, they're cold too. Thank you. You gonna have a good day? Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you, bud. I will wear the suit to the funeral. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Celestial, let me see where the email is. Hang on one second. There it is. Mm-hmm. Okay, I got it. Oh, let's see. That's proof that Todd is innocent. Is that the one? I can't play this on my channel, but I can look at it. All right, it is time to sing happy birthday to the birthday people. I need a little more water. Okay, I will watch that Celestial Force. That'll be interesting. We are following that case today. Again, it's not done. I thought it would be done on Friday, but it's not. Amber comes in with a big list of birthday people. Holy cow. We've got Carrie Bear, Angela Brown, Susan Bonds, Clever Lee. See, Clever Lee, I got it right. Aussie Joe, Monica, Susie Q, Toast Malone, Glenn, Debbie, Shady Lady. Whew, this is going to be a two-verser for sure. Let me see how I'm going to break this down. I have to skip all the bladeds. Carrie Bear, Angela Brown, Susan Bond, Clever Lee, and Aussie Joe. That's about as far as we're going to get on the first verse, I think. Hey, do you need a book? Which book do you want?
On the far right, Powerful Engagement.
Is it eye level or above?
It's above eye level. Far right, far right, right. That, yep. This? Yes.
There's one. What's the other one?
Well, I don't know if we own it, so I'm looking.
Oh, hang on. I have a book order to fill for Mrs. R.A.
On Nyanuki, but it would be on that one, and I don't see it.
What's it called?
Nyanuki, but
The book is called Nyanuki?
Yeah. I don't see it. I don't think we own that one. Moccasin Trail, do you see that?
I don't see it yet. Oh, here we go. Amber fixed it for me. There we go. Make it a little easier. All right, it's time to sing. I think I'm ready. We need a book monitor. I just have to turn this camera to face like 90 degrees the other direction. You can see all the books and all the junk I put up there. All right, here's what we're going to do. We are going to sing to all those who are celebrating their birthday this past weekend or today. That is Carrie Bear, Angela Brown, Susan Bond, Cleverly, Aussie Joe, Monica, Susie Q, Toast Malone, Glenn, Debbie, and Shady Lady. And we do this by everyone standing up. Take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Carrie Bear, Angela Brown, Susan Bond, Cleverly, and Aussie Joe. Happy birthday to you. All right, we got to right here, which is a little less than half, so we really got to fit them in on the second verse. Dancers, keep it going, keep it going. High kicks, high kicks. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Monica, Susan Q, Toast Malone, Glenn, Debbie, and Shady Lady. Happy birthday to you. One more for Maya. Happy birthday to you. I just about lost it there. Happy birthday to you. And Glenn. Happy birthday, Maya and Glenn Lee. Happy birthday to you. Whoa, so many birthdays. What was happening 9 months? Never mind. Welcome one and all. So wonderful to celebrate. To everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you've chosen to be here with us. The privilege and pleasure is all ours. Hopefully we can turn some of that joy back to you and make your day a little more special. And we begin doing that by giving you free pancakes at Denny's, Waffle House, Village Inn, IHOP, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, and Bob Evans, as well as Andy's Grill. Help yourself to free pancakes. Happy birthday, you wonderful birthday people, you. Tammy is cooking. Tammy's cooking. Greeter says, I always wanted to know where babies go. That's another stream, Greeters. A different stream. Maybe on Mrs. R.A.'s, she can do a little... it's not going to be show and tell, I can tell you that much, but maybe a little explanation. All right. Oh, here comes the drum solo for the finish. Don't finish that sentence. Yes. Got to move my water for the drum solo. Everyone join with me here. Once again, that was one of those perfect ones where I actually hit every note all the way across. Beautiful. 80s nailed it as well. Congratulations. Melanie got all of them. Yes, she got them as well. That was good. It's our update on Selena. Yes. Let me give you the update word for word because I'm probably going to mess up the injury. Okay, Selena, where'd we go? There it is. Okay. Gonna need surgery. My MCL is torn. That's the update. I don't think I didn't hear anything bad happened as far as the CAT scan. That hopefully that turned up nothing. But MCL, that's no fun. It is a surgery thing. So Selena, thoughts and prayers with you for a quick heal. A lot of times those knees are good heals. They can be painful, but the technology is amazing what they can do to fix the knee. So wish you the very best on that one, Selena. But she also did want me to express a thanks to all the thoughts and prayers and everybody sort of being with her and helping her out in that moment. I appreciate all of you for being there as well. All right. Monica says, thank you. I've never had so many people sing to me. Monica, happy birthday. Let's see. Good morning from Bike Week in Daytona. Bike Week in Daytona. Linda, is that, I assume from the bike picture that we have right here, it's vroom bikes, not, look, I can make it drive across the screen. Vroom, like that. Those are gas-powered bikes, like super bikes, right? Yeah, orthopedic surgery has come a long way. So, all right. I'm wondering if on the Bike Week, is that Linda? Do you have like a Ducati 916? What's your bike of choice? I'm curious. I've been looking at motorcycles. This shouldn't be any surprise to anybody as we wait for court to start. We've got I don't know, half an hour before court starts, so we can talk for a bit. It's Monday. We can catch up on the weekend. Can you play a bit of the Look Good and Gray song? Let me look for it while I tell you the story. I've been looking for bikes. I got my license to ride a motorcycle, my motorcycle license, many years ago, and I got it. I got it for two reasons. I got it because the state I was in was about to change their licensing so that you could only ride a bike as big as the one you took the test on. And I wanted to get the license before that change came in effect so I could ride any size of bike. And the size of bike usually is referring to the engine. So like a Harley Davidson can have over 1,000 cc engine, just a massive engine. And then it would be very difficult to take the test on that because there's some agility tests and, quick braking, quick acceleration, all sorts of different tests that are involved. Short, narrow turns, narrow U-turns, you can't touch the ground. And so instead I took the test on a very nimble dirt bike, street legal, but it's a dirt bike. It's basically a motorcycle with an engine, or sorry, a mountain bike with an engine. And I've maintained my driver's license, my motorcycle license till now. And I'm thinking again, I might want to get one. So I've been looking for motorcycles. I looked for like 2 days, just in passing, just like, hey, I wonder what the world of motorcycles is looking like. What are the new ones that are coming out? Because I haven't been following it. And now my timeline is just straight motorcycle ads. Like I'm seeing ads from companies I didn't even know existed about the amount of motorcycles they've made and why I need their model. Probably none of them are going to happen, but it's fun to look at. So, Green-Eyed Cat gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Green-Eyed Cat. Appreciate that. I was sorry, I was doing something and I got sidetracked. I was supposed to look for a song. I think it's coming up over here. Here we go. Let's see, you need my library. Public songs. Okay. We're going to play just a brief song as an intro. This is one we've created about being in chat and being not necessarily green in chat, meaning your name is not showing up in green. So let's do that here.
In the land of pixels, here we meet. Gray's the color of our simple seats. No flashy lights, no fancy scheme. It's low-key love in a cyber dream. Slow mode life, we're taking it easy. Calm in the chat, everything looks breezy. No golden throne, no crown on screen. Yet still I feel like royalty unseen. Gray is the new green, don't you know? In the digital glow, we take it slow. No need for emojis or special code. We're riding high on this mellow road. Gifted green lights up the scene. A ticket to a world unseen. But here in gray, we find our creed. No extra flair, just what we need. No temp seats, no quick retreats, just hanging out in these cyber streets. Gray dust clouds, our silent beam, a hidden treasure in the live stream. Gray is the new green.
that going on. I've got a few things. I've got some people I need to recognize for some milestone messages, some gifts as well as people who are loving being gray are now green now. So thank you.
In front of the Walmart.
In front of the Walmart. There we go. All right. Thank you for that. Good request. Let me catch up on these messages because there are a ton here. Kelly, member for 19 months. Kelly, congratulations. A whole 19 months. Thank you, Ari and Mrs. Ari, for the best community. Thank you, Kelly. It would not be the same without you here. Green-Eyed Cat, also member for 7 months on the jury. Green-Eyed Cat, hope you enjoyed that padded chair. She mentions RA, Mrs. RA, chat and mods. Great to be here. That's all of us. Great to be here with every day, but also ready for a new trial. Soon it's coming. Getting closer to that Magenta Courthouse. 19 months for Regina Crawford. Congratulations. Green-Eyed Cat gifted a membership. Thank you, Green-Eyed Cat, for that. Catsy, member for 14 months. So I'm so happy to be part of the RA community. I have learned that the screaming goat comes in handy outside of trials as well. Catsy, I love that. Kim R. gifted another membership. Thank you. Bug Dugger. She also is sending me an iPad that I can use in the live stream. It might help with the counter so that I don't mess things up, but she didn't have a need for it anymore, and I thought I think I could make it work. So thank you, Kim. I appreciate that. Bug Dugger gifted a membership. Thank you, Bug Dugger. I think you gifted another and then another, or maybe just one, and it counted 3 times, but either way, thank you very much for your generosity. Roro, member for 17 months, says happy Monday, y'all. XOXO. So congratulations to all of y'all who are wonderful people. Look at this. Jean Daughtry. I'm pink. 24 months. Congratulations. That is absolutely gorgeous. It looks absolutely great on you. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Love it. Looks great. Let's see. All right, you're one of 10 children. So am I. But get this. 9 girls, 1 boy. Ruth. Oh, my goodness. That is statistically, I guess genetics comes into play, but statistically, if the gender of every child was, a coin flip as far as the odds, that's a feat. That's a feat. What happens in court today? Well, possibly they rest. Possibly we'll see how much they get done today, but it's gonna be good either way. Regina Crawford gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Regina. Kelly Work says, Kelly Work, look at this green courthouse. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Kath is starting corned beef dinner at Kath's house later today. Lady Gnome of the Woods says, Recovery Addict, saw the videos of the wildfires in the Carolinas. Any near you? No. Well, they're more than 100 miles away. And the wildfires in forest in treed areas burn very differently than wildfires in, say, farm areas. I'm in more of a farm area, so for the fire to get to me, it would have to burn the crops, and right now it's just dirt in the fields. There's really, no crops are really coming up. There's just a little bit of stubble from the corn. All the tobacco's gone, the soybeans, there's just stubble. So it doesn't really generate, even if it does burn, it doesn't generate that sweeping fire that can be dangerous. So I'm very much in a safe zone here. Let's see, my grandma was oldest of 14, 12 boys. It's 12 girls, 2 boys. Oh my goodness. That is crazy. Come on down to Tampa. Yeah. It would be nice if the court rests today. I want to see the end of this, mostly because this is a different type of trial than we've seen before. And I want to see how it works, because we've never watched a post-conviction relief civil trial before. Let's see. Kelly Work says, got tired of being green than gray. I cannot do slow mode when a wild chats gets rolling. Are we going to watch Todd's Cross before court starts? I probably should have, but now it's too late. That was a great idea, Sinbad. We only watched half of it. We watched the first part, but didn't watch his cross. Sharon from South Africa. Good afternoon to you. Welcome. Let's see. Chris Wallace gifted a membership as well. That was extremely generous. Thank you, Chris. That's kind. TW says, I hope Todd gets a new trial. I can see it going either way, but the only thing that worries me is that the bar is so high to get a new trial, to show that your lawyer was completely inept. You can't. I don't think that a bad trial strategy choice is enough to get it. So some of the other stuff where he should have appealed and didn't, that's better than I think just, we decided to go with it was murder, but it wasn't my guy. So as bad as that is, I think that it has to be more than just we chose the wrong defense. Have you ever seen a fire in a farm field? Farmers from all over will attack it before the fire department can get there. Yes, and it's crazy to watch farmers fight fires, but they use their farming equipment, and they'll plow, they'll mow, they'll try to cut off the fire, which is crazy dangerous because they basically get in front of it and try to isolate it so it won't jump. It's amazing. Some good YouTube channels, farming YouTube channels, have shown what happens when there's a fire. I need to end the poll. I forgot about this. Hang on. We have a poll going right now. The question is, when do you click the like button on the stream? Current winner right now is as soon as I arrive at 67%. Chat reminds me is 25%. I have OCD. I wait for a round number. That's 3%. And it's my parting gift. That's 6%. So we're going to end the poll right there and forever immortalize those numbers into history. Had a fire in our neighborhood Saturday, says Regina. I couldn't believe the amount of smoke. You could barely see. Nobody was hurt. That is great. But it's great that nobody was hurt. It's terrible that there's a fire. It's scary. With him already having been denied a new trial, I don't think he'll be successful with this trial either. Jojo, I just think that the standard to reach that new trial request is higher. And it's true that he didn't ask for the same reason on his appeal as he's asking in this trial. So it's the first time he's asked this side, but it feels like there's a higher threshold. Like you lost on your appeal, the last chance has got to be a higher threshold, and by design, more difficult to achieve. Melanie says, I love being part of such a loving community that cares so much when we have good times and bad times. Melanie, thank you very much. 14 months. I appreciate your support. Schmoopy says, Have you seen your meat neighbor? No, I have not. If for those that don't know, Caleb, I really need it to be garbage day. I need the garbage man to come, and I need them to empty that garbage can and do a thorough job, because I'm just scared to death that everything is stuck at the bottom of the can. And it does not smell good. It's been warm. It's been terrible. It's been terribly good spring weather, which is bad for my garbage can. So, long story there. It's really close to Myrtle Beach. Is that where the fire is? The accident theory is a tough one, but it's also tough to have more holes than are in her jacket, more holes in her body than in her jacket. It just doesn't match up. So, it seems like it could be used to argue against either case. Julie, also from South Africa, checking in. Welcome, Julie. It's good to have you here. It's hard to wrap my mind around her falling on a rake up to 3 times. Yeah. Have you seen The Uninvited Visitor again? No, Ohio Palm Mom. But I did wake up in the night thinking, what was that noise? Is there somebody trying to get in my basement? They would be met with a surprise that wasn't there before if they did. But no. What was the reason used in appeal? The reason used in appeal was basically saying that the jury made a mistake because there wasn't enough evidence to convict. So it's jury error. Michelle Johnson, hello. Good morning to you. Cindy says, how do ads work? If we press the skip button when an ad runs, does that prevent any benefit for the channel? Cindy, you know what it does? It makes you enjoy the channel better if you press the skip button. And that's what I want. I would like, I posted on a group the other day, a YouTube creators group, that I would rather everyone comes to the channel and enjoys it and watches it and wants to come back and brings a friend, then somebody comes and watches the ads to benefit the channel. Now I realize I do make money off the ads. It's true. I'm a YouTuber. I'm monetized. I do make some money off the ads, but I would hate to watch live court, especially with ads in the middle of it. That's just, and I wouldn't want you to have to do it either. So just being here is fine, unless you like the ad, and then by all means watch the whole thing, click on it, buy the product. That would be great. I think the way the math works out, if 1,000 people watch the ad, I think I get, it's like 40 cents or something, $4, 40 cents. It's one of the two for 1,000 people watching the ad. I can't stand the idea of 1,000 people sitting through an ad when they want to be watching court. So skip the ads, as I do anytime it comes up. If you don't like ads at all, then and it's in the budget, then YouTube Premium will let you watch without any ads at all, and then YouTube still gives me a little kickback for the time you spent watching me out of your YouTube Premium. So it all works out. All right, I've missed a couple here. Let me see. I'm somewhere between not guilty and innocent at this point. CW, thank you. Like that position. Nom's also from South Africa, but from Germany. Or I'm South African too, from Germany. Transplant. Simone, South Africa, checking in. Good representation today out of South Africa. Appreciate that. Let's see, we've got... getting a lot of... a lot of text messages on the burner phone right now. All right, we have Regina gifted the 5 memberships. Pam's Missing Bell. Welcome to the gallery. I love it. 20-month mark for Barbara Farthing. Will the judge give the verdict right away or no? I'm guessing not right away. And the reason why is I know that she has been given a lot of documents, been entered into the exhibit that have not been read, or entered into the record that have not been read. And the judge at one point did say, I'm going to read all of them. So maybe she's read them over the weekend. Maybe she's like current on her homework, but it's more than likely, I would say, there's going to be some amount of paperwork for the judge to review before she has, even if she's already made her decision, sort of reached that point, she has to review and weigh before she comes out with the verdict. Let's see. Alexis says, thank you for my friends here. I lost my husband after being married 50 years. I don't know what to do, what I would do without you. Alexis, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Losing a lifelong friend is terrible. It leaves a hole that nobody can fill. If in some way we can help lift you up and cheer you up, I'm glad to be here and happy to do it. The weather and natural disasters the past few months have been insane. Yes, I'm ready for 2026. As somebody just sent me on the text, I'm ready for the year to be over. 2025 was a bust. Let's go. Bring on the new year. All right. Still waiting a little bit more for a court. Krista Johnson, I just stopped watching live streams when the first ad pops up. You know, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Myrtle Beach wildfires with 1,600 acres, no injuries and no total structural loss. Amazing work by firefighters from all across South Carolina. That's impressive. 1,600 acres and no structural loss. That's serious work. Jen says, we caved in and got YouTube Premium. Best decision I've made. I caved. Yeah, I got YouTube Premium as soon as I started being a YouTuber because some of the courts we were watching would pop up with ads in the middle of court. And that's no good, no bueno. But it was just last month that I finally paid the extra couple dollars to add Mrs. RA to my YouTube Premium. She watches YouTube on her own account, and she's been watching ads. She gets ads all the time. It's terrible. And so when we're watching something together and it's on her account, I'm like, why is there an ad? How can you stand this? Because I've been used to it with no ads. And so I added her to the premium account, which was much cheaper than buying a second premium account. And now it's wonderful. It's just pure bliss. Let me ask her a question. I'm asking her permission to tell a story really quickly. We'll see. I'll if she tells me yes, then I'll tell you. I'll skip it for now. All right. On a happy note, says Selena K., my paramedics tattoos were epic. I saw that picture. Selena, it is wonderful to have you here. Hope you are feeling better. I think you sent me a text I haven't read yet. But wonderful to have you here. It sounds like even though it was terribly painful and uncomfortable and scary, that it seems to be fixable, which is good. We need to get you all better and back to full activity. Let me check. Sorry, it's not responding, so I can't tell you the story. Okay. Getting ready for court. Looks like people are starting to come in, but it's not quite ready to begin. I think they are ready to begin. Everyone's standing. YouTube Premium, by the way, I'm not sure who asked. It's $13.99 for an individual, and it's $22.99 for a family plan. If you're a student, you can get it for $7.99. So, Sherry, there's the answer. So, individual is $13.99 per month. Iowa's backyard. Welcome. Waiting for the judge still. Just got here. Did I miss much? No. Court is about to begin. We're thinking that Todd Mullis' team is pretty much done. And the reason why I say this, I don't know what the list of witnesses they have lined up is, but they have already called to the stand his attorney. And that's basically the point. He's the point of everything. So all the evidence they had up to him was to bring up the importance of what the evidence in his defense was related to, or should have been, or could have been. And then they asked him, "Did you do this?" And it was no, pretty much throughout. So the state took. What was that? Was there a flash from court back there? Oh, I think it's just a reflection. The state took their time asking him questions about just what a great job he did on defense and what steps he did take. And honestly, it made him look like a very competent lawyer who just chose a bad defense. So we'll see what happens going forward. I can't think that Mullis' team has much more to bring up if the lawyer's already gone. He's sort of like and here's the guy who admits that he didn't do everything that we just barely told you about. The state got this. Just a bad defense. I watched the whole first trial, and it showed all of her injuries on her back, her face, and her hands. That poor woman was beaten. How does he not deserve? He does not deserve a second trial, in my opinion. Will Todd take the stand? That could be the last one. That could be the last piece. And I think if it happens, I think it happens today. AZDCS Oversight Group. Have fun. Have fun being on the rewatch crew. Good luck. Can't wait to talk to you after. Tech support is here. Logging the judge into work system. We're going to cover the Sean Boat Club DUI murder trial. Boat Club. I don't know it by Boat Club. We have a murder trial that's there's one that's starting today with jury selection. But probably not going to have openings till tomorrow, and I think that's where we were planning on. But we'll wait and see. I want to see the end of this, and then going forward. If getting YouTube Premium, check online and your app to see which one gives you a better trial period. Yeah. Also, I wouldn't order YouTube Premium on the phone. It might be more expensive if you buy on the phone through the app. Like Apple might take a cut. Don't quote me on that, but Apple's takes a cut of a lot of things if you buy on the phone. Our counter's all the way up to 64 in the ghost and train counter. Most of those are wind noises that we heard in the courtroom, which we like to say was the ghost train. Looks like Tristan is there. Todd's parents are there. Yes, Todd is serving life in prison. Family present. Tony, good morning. Good to have you here. I don't think we were looking at the boat club one. I was looking at another stabby. I don't remember the name off the top of my head. Why does RA need help? Well, I couldn't do this on my own. I don't know. I like to think I'm good at what I do, but I could not do this on my own. Mods are massive help. They might be talking about. It's just been about the last month has been really difficult with losing friends on the channel and personally. It's been really heavy that way. Lost a good friend yesterday. That we don't even know why. We don't know what happened yet. He just passed away. Everyone's passing the water around. Look at that courtroom. It's empty. It's an angle we don't normally get. Looks like they've moved the camera probably to get a better view of the state during their case in chief. Riley, I don't ask for donations. I don't need anything there. I'm blessed beyond what I deserve. If a new trial is granted, will the next jury get to hear that this judge thinks there's enough evidence to warrant a new trial? Probably not. They'll probably try to isolate that new trial and to be a standalone trial. And obviously he'll be able to get his defense in that this could have been an accident. What other channels say I need help? I appreciate the kind words, but I'll tell you, it is wonderful to have good friends, people who I only know by a name on YouTube, by a username, expressing concern and reaching out, and that has just really buoyed me up. So, hey, there's a bailiff. Think he's got enough gear on? Wow. It's loaded for bear. He's got like every piece of gear a police officer could carry. Let's see, Drama Llama Mama. Were there more pictures in the courtroom? My last day was when someone was kicked out for posting pics. I don't think they were kicked out. What happened was somebody posted a picture which probably was a current picture. Oh, looks like the judge is just in the hall right there. It was probably a picture taken in the courtroom. We believe, because there's a Facebook group that's, I think it's like Justice for Todd Mullis or something like that. We believe that it was someone in that group who took the picture because they posted it in there and then deleted it. The judge saw the picture, was alerted to the picture, and came down hard on them. The picture is gone, and I don't think the judge ever did anything about it. I haven't seen any more posted. Good morning, Rebecca. As far as court goes, nothing has happened. Ooh, I feel very close to Todd right now. This is a Lori Vallow closeness. Too close. We're just waiting for the judge to show up. So, okay. Riley, Melanie Littles yesterday had multiple people asking for Aria's help in her chat. I was very worried something had happened. Saw it in the lawyer, too. Okay, Riley, this might make sense. Because I do a lot of tech stuff, I do have people reach out to me if there's another content creator out there who's having some trouble, saying, hey, can you reach out to this person? They're trying to make this happen and it's not working, or they're having trouble with this audio and it's not working. That makes more sense. I have had other creators say, hey, what are you doing to get the sound clear? How are you boosting the volume to where you are? Things like that. The short of it is I use some very expensive hardware where most people only use software. And because I have the hardware, it gives me more ability than just the software. So I can explain to anybody how we do it, but it's because I over-engineered my studio. I mean, you don't need all this to live stream. Most people are just using like one or maybe two computers, but all this stuff here makes it so I can fix the sound and take out noise. And if the papers are rustling, I can quiet it. And if somebody's clicking a pen, I can turn that little frequency down so it's not so annoying. Over-engineered? Never. Do you think if a new trial is granted, it would be streamed? I think so. There's a lot of interest locally in it, so I think probably local television would pick it up. It's also a case that's been followed, by Court TV and some other outlets. So I think it would be streamed. You see Lori V's son, Colby, has his own YouTube channel now? I did not know that. I did see Casey Anthony has joined social media as an advocate, not for children, but as an advocate. Dana Nicole. A lot of people have mentioned this. I think he's just bulked up a little bit, just put on a little weight, and if anything, that's just a testament to how hard farmers work, right? He's just a little bigger. He was just a little scrawny guy before. Farming is great exercise. Amber saying, "Oh yeah, I was trying not to mention the CA thing." Yeah. Yeah, Amber alerted me to it. Was that early in the morning or late last night? I don't remember which one, Amber. But so I watched it in the middle of the night and didn't sleep well after that. Melissa Ann gifted a membership. Thank you, Melissa. So I'm blaming you if I fall asleep, Amber, today. Casey Anthony's on TikTok. Yes. Well, Daisy, she's on TikTok, but she's on TikTok asking people to go to Substack. On her TikTok, she posts her first video and turns off comments so nobody can say anything, and then tries to send them all to Substack. And I don't know, she describes the world that was thrust upon her back in 2008. I had to roll my eyes a little bit. Lori says he looks thinner now. I thought he looked more muscular. A little bigger. Aunt Toots, I believe we are almost done with this trial. If not, we might have to, speed watch it and bail and watch another one. What is Substack? I think it's more of an interactive, probably closer to Discord than YouTube or anything else. Definitely lost fat and gained muscle. Yes, it is. It's paid. It's pay to play. So if you want to go over there and I don't know, choose a username of Nanny Zanny or whatever. I'm just picking a name out of the air. You have to pay her to make comments. Ooh, Krista. Her third girl. That is awesome. Congratulations in advance. Maybe. I mean, my birthday's in 3 weeks. Maybe we'll share a birthday. It's a blog, more written content, says Cheryl. A couple people got the Nanny Zanny reference, I think, from her trial. That being the name of the fictional nanny who supposedly took the baby. KRH says, not always possible, but would be super helpful to those of us listening while at work if you read the comments out loud. You're the best. I can't just be like, ha, 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 thanks, Carol, that's funny. I can't do that, right? So, I got you, KRH. I'll try to do that better. Greener says, please hold off on delivering. My favorite YouTuber's birthday is in 3 weeks. Yeah, I would never tell a woman in the the third trimester, the 9th month of pregnancy, which seems like 11 from what I hear. I hear the I hear the 9th month sounds a lot like month 11. I would never tell a woman, can you hold off for a bit? That's taking your life in your hands, really. I mean, you don't do that. Selena K, my birthday is on the 29th. Selena, happy birthday. I realize this month is not going well for you, but we'll be thinking of you. Sinbad says, I like Substack for a few folks. Jessica Krause's house in Habit is a great Substack. I'm not familiar with that one. Eeyore says, Recovery Addict, you actually read comments well, and I listen often whilst on my walk. Don't push, it's not Ari's birthday yet. That's like trying for like a New Year's baby, right? Because the thing about New Year's, you have to hold off, and then it's like, when it's time, it's go, go, go. Not being a woman, I cannot give any advice on that other than if you're a man, don't tell your wife what to do when it comes to delivery. Oh, Riley, we had one that the doctor missed the entire delivery. The baby had fed and was changed before he showed up. He charged the same, though, as if he was there. The nurses did all the work. Yep, still had to pay the doctor. The way it works for us, for our kids, when we had insurance at the time that pays like a set fee for pregnancy. So you end up paying on the front end when you first go to your first wellness checkup, and it's a set fee that covers the entire pregnancy. It's helpful to the rewatch crew if you read the comments when you respond to. You can't see the comments unless there are super chats on rewatch. Charlie, this is a YouTube problem. We keep the comments on, but there's a 24-hour period after the live stream is done where the YouTube comments do not show up. So after 24 hours, the comments show up, and I don't know why it does that. I'm not sure if it's by design, because it seems like a little thing that could be fixed. But maybe it's so people don't get spoilers on the rewatch. Global fee, that's right. You're the My Bebop Life. You must have a familiarity with, I don't know, ICD-10 coding or something. Michelle, whether or not we watch the retrial will have a lot to do with when it would be scheduled if it happens. There are some other big cases, say like Corey Richards, Brian Koberger. There's new possible developments with Karen Reed. Let's see, both of those, Karen Reed and Corey Richards, both have hearings this week, I think tomorrow. And there's some developments in Brian Koberger as well. So I'd like to follow those new cases. Some of the old cases, especially Karen Reed, a lot of people, I realize a lot of people would watch, and it would probably be good financially for the channel to cover it. But if it's just drama, if it's just a rehash of the first trial again, I don't want to be there. I'm not there for the out-of-court drama. I'm there for what happens in court and the chess match that takes place there. Looks like all the lawyers have stepped out to talk possibly about scheduling with the judge to see where we're at. Todd is remaining at his desk. Laura, welcome. Good to have you here. Attorneys at sidebar. I think they're in chambers right now. Tony says, my birthday is April 1st. Oh, Tony, you get all the jokes then. My son flew out like Superman, and I caught him at the hospital corridor. Thanks, Shanks. There's a visual. Lara says, to be honest, it seems important to cover the cops in Canton. But what do I know? What makes for good streaming? LOL, I get tired of it too. I think I'm in a rare breed when it comes to the Karen Reed trial. I'm sort of, I'm not on either side, right? I don't personally have a dog in the fight, and I'm not on either side, but I can see, I can see some problems with how the state acted in a big way. And those problems, to me, look bigger than the problems the state did, say, in Alex Baldwin's case, which got him completely, the case dismissed with prejudice. So I don't know how it doesn't happen that way for Karen. My sister was born in the elevator at the hospital. They told her, don't let them charge you for the delivery room. A lot of times when it comes to the baby delivery, the hospital just bills the set. This is what normally happens. And then if there's anything special, they'll annotate and charge for that. So you do have to check your bill carefully. Looks like everyone's back. Let's wait for the judge to come in. It should be soon. The courtroom is filled up and everyone's standing. Here we go.
Morning, please be seated.
What do they charge for the elevator? I think
Good morning, everyone.
There's a stepped scale.
All right,
based
we'll
on
go
what
ahead
floor
and
you're
go on
on.
the record. We had some brief discussion off the record regarding the schedule, and I believe the plan this morning, Ms. Thompson, is to begin with Mr. Safrick, and I see that he is on Zoom. Are you able to hear me this morning, sir?
I can, Your Honor, yes.
All right, and we can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Ms. Thompson, was there anything we needed to address before beginning with the witness?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see if I can find my camera, and I'll swear the witness in here. 1 second. Too many screens to keep track of here.
Judge, that's never.
All right, good morning. If you'd raise your hand, sir, I'll swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
I do.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He raised
and Mr.
his hand
Safrick, are you able to hear me okay?
Did you see the hand go up on the
Yes.
side?
Hold on one second. Let me just turn this up a little bit.
His hand is still up.
Okay.
She said, will you raise your hand? And she did.
Good morning, Mr. Safrick. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Sure. My name is Mark Safrick. I am the president of Forensic Behavioral Services.
And what do you do for a living as the president of that company?
I conduct complex assessments of death investigations, death cases for interested parties to help them understand what happened, how those events within the case unfolded, and possibly sometimes why they occurred.
Are you familiar with the term equivocal death evaluation, Mr. Safrick?
Yes.
Can you tell?
Recording in progress.
Can you tell the court, Mr. Safrick, what an equivocal death evaluation is?
Sure. An equivocal death evaluation is an investigation where the manner of death, not necessarily the cause of death, but the manner of death is in dispute or in question, or where there are several possible scenarios that could explain the death.
And I want to get back to that concept with you, Mr. Safrick, but for starters, did you work in law enforcement prior to starting your company?
I did.
And can you tell us in general terms what your law enforcement career consisted of?
Sure. I started in 1977 in California with a local law enforcement city police agency. I started in patrol. I worked about 3.5 years in patrol and then promoted into detectives, started in property crimes, and finished out my time there in violent crime investigation. Subsequent to that, I applied to the FBI. I got into the FBI in 1984. I served in various field offices. I served 23 years in the FBI, the last 12 plus years in the behavioral analysis unit.
We're all playing I Spy with his bookshelf.
In total, how long was your law enforcement career?
30 years.
And in total, how many of those years were with the FBI?
23.
And you mentioned that you worked with the behavioral analysis unit in the FBI. Can you tell me what you did in that unit?
Sure. So I worked there were 3 units. We had a child crimes unit, we had a threat assessment terrorism unit, and we had an adult crimes unit. So I was assigned to the adult crimes unit. I was responsible for, it's a relatively small unit. We had 8 criminal behavioral analysts. I was responsible for the 6 western states of the country, for all cases that came in from law enforcement agencies from those locations. Most of the cases that I worked on were homicide cases, multicide, so serial murder, mass murder, spree murder, sexual homicide cases, and serial sexual assaults, all related to adults.
Did part of your work in that unit involve analyzing crime scenes?
Essentially, everything, despite the services that we offered, everything within the unit requires a detailed analysis of the crime scene. In whatever case it is and whatever we're being asked to provide to the requesting law enforcement agency. So it all comes down to conducting a detailed analysis of the scene, the antecedent behavior, the behavior during the scene, evaluating forensic evidence, physical evidence, and integrating all of that information together to understand the totality of the events that are occurring both in sequence and in time.
You told us earlier about this concept of equivocal death evaluations. Did you perform those evaluations while you were with the FBI?
I did.
And did you have experience at the FBI investigating cases where investigators initially believed the case was a homicide, but the case turned out to be something else?
Yes.
Have you published in the area of death investigations?
Yes, I've published, I have a book on spree murders for police investigations. I have numerous peer-reviewed international journal articles on various aspects of death analysis and investigation.
Have you trained law enforcement officers on the topic of death investigations?
Yes.
Can you tell us briefly about your experience training other officers on this subject?
So I regularly do presentations for law enforcement groups and other groups for forensic nurses, victim advocates. I've presented to judges, to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, homicide investigators, violent crime investigators around the U.S. and throughout the world. I would say, conservatively, I would say I've presented to over 20,000 law enforcement professionals.
Are you the member of any professional organizations?
Yes, there's a number of them that I have listed in my CV. American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the VDOC Society, it's a cold case society. Off the top of my head, I have them listed, I just don't recall them now.
In your consulting career since you left the FBI, what kinds of clients have you consulted for?
Well, since I left the FBI, most of the clients are, I would say, attorneys, civil attorneys. So the types of cases that I work on typically involve some type of violent crime. But I've done cases for prosecutors, for defense attorneys, and even for private parties. Sometimes family members will retain me to examine a case. And prosecutors, defense attorneys, and then in civil cases, both the plaintiff and the defense.
Do you have clients for whom you've consulted where the client ended up not using the opinions that you provided to them?
Yes, that occurred both in the FBI when we consulted with law enforcement agencies, and also civilly. You know, the cases that I've done in the nearly 18 years since I've been retired from the FBI, there will always be cases where the analysis doesn't line up with what the attorneys are looking for, and then they don't end up using me.
I want to come back to this topic of equivocal death evaluation and crime scene analysis. And for starters, Mr. Safrick, you are not a medical doctor, is that right?
That's correct.
In reaching your opinions about crime scene analysis and case investigation, do you rely on medical diagnoses that are reached by medical professionals in those cases?
I do.
And do you also rely on objective evidence that's gathered by law enforcement investigators and others related to a case?
Of course.
Mr. Safrick, are you here today to offer any opinions on whether any particular person related to the investigation into Ms. Mullis's death is telling the truth?
No.
Are you here today to offer any medical opinions?
No.
And the opinions that you're going to offer today, are those opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of certainty?
They are.
You talked about this concept of equivocal death evaluation. How does an equivocal death evaluation differ from another type of homicide investigation?
So most of the cases that I've worked on, both in my FBI career and subsequently, typically involve a violent crime, oftentimes a homicide. So the advantage when you are working a case like that is that you know at the outset that the manner of death is homicide. So that's never in question. When you're working an equivocal death case, they actually are much more difficult to work because when you get the case, the manner of death is either in dispute or it's unknown. It could be undetermined, which is one of the 5 evaluations that you can have in the United States for manner of death. So the way that you approach an equivocal death is different than you would approach, say, a homicide case. Here you have to look at all of the various attributes of the case in terms of what is consistent and what's inconsistent with a particular manner of death. Now, I would say that in most of the equivocal death cases that I have worked, when you look at the 4 manners of death, which would be natural, accident, suicide, and homicide, in most of the cases, you can eliminate usually 1 or 2 of the 4. So you're usually left with 2 manners of death that you have to consider. So it's a more complex type of investigation because you have to consider various avenues of consistency and inconsistency with the forensic evidence, the physical evidence, and the behavioral actions that have occurred at the scene, and how all of those translate both sequentially and in a time order or temporally.
Mr. Safrick, did you conduct an equivocal death evaluation into Ms. Mullis's death?
I did.
And did you review evidence related to the investigation into her death as part of your evaluation?
Absolutely.
Can you tell us in general terms what you reviewed?
So, what is important in literally any type of investigation is the initial police investigation. So that would be any investigation they did, any evidence that was collected, any testing of that evidence. In a death case, it would be the autopsy protocol, photographs and diagrams from the scene, any interviews of witnesses, the assessment of the scene itself. That is all the critical information. Typically, in those types of investigations, what occurs weeks or months later oftentimes isn't really relevant to what I'm doing because I'm doing a crime scene analysis. So it's everything that's attendant to the initial scene, which is typically frozen by police on their arrival.
And I do want to start talking, I want to start by asking you some questions about the scene that you just referenced. Based on your evaluation that you conducted in this case, did you develop opinions about the scene of Ms. Mullis's death?
Yes.
And are you aware that in this case, prosecutors argued to the jury that the scene of Ms. Mullis's death was staged?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
All right. So when we talk about the concept of the scene in the Mullis investigation, what do you understand to be the scene of where she was injured?
Well, okay, so I would say more broadly, the scene is literally the entire farm area of the Mullis farm. If we're referring just to the injury location, that would be the shed that stands between the house and the hog barns.
Is it your understanding in this case that Ms. Mullis died at the hospital?
Yes.
And why do you consider the scene to be the shed and the Mullis farm in this case?
Well, okay, so I would say I would consider the Mullis farm, or at least certainly the area around the house and the shed and the workshop and the hog barns, as the overall scene area, because there were witnesses and individuals in those locations. I would say that the shed is the location for Miss Mullis's passing, because there's physical evidence in the shed that suggests that. The interviews that were conducted, the information derived from those interviews indicates that. And the police investigation and their theory is that her death took place in the shed.
Thank you,
Ayden.
Which I think is accurate.
Congratulations.
And when you're talking...
her injury took place in the shed.
In your training and experience, what does it mean for a scene to be staged?
So staging a crime scene is an attempt by the offender of, say, the homicide, because that's typically where you see staged crime scenes, is in homicides. It's an attempt by the offender to misdirect the investigation. And the way that they misdirect the investigation is to introduce either spurious or fake evidence, remove evidence, or create contrived activities or behaviors that actually didn't occur. And the idea is that the purpose is that they're trying to create a new scene that has a new motive, because that's what they want law enforcement investigators to look at and draw their own conclusion that this is what is actually occurring as opposed to what actually occurred. And so they stage the scene. The reason that staging is, and recognition of staging at a crime scene is important, because because strangers don't need to stage a crime scene. They don't have a relationship dynamic with either the victim or the scene or both. So when you see intentional staging, then it suggests that that the offender has some relationship with the victim or the scene or both of those.
So how is it that law enforcement evaluate whether or not a scene is staged?
Well, that's the point. So the offender, he manipulates the scene, either the forensic evidence or the behavioral evidence or the physical evidence. They manipulate the scene to change it so that when law enforcement comes and looks at the scene, that they're trying to overwhelm what law enforcement's logical conclusion about the scene would be, to make them think it's actually something different. So a new type of case that has a different motive. The problem is that when you are staging a crime scene, all of this activity then is happening after the crime. So it's not occurring in the right sequence or the right time order. And so you get inconsistent forensics, you get inconsistent injuries, you may have blood spatter in a location that doesn't fit the crime. So there are a lot of red flags that are evident in staged crime scenes.
Did you see evidence in this case that the scene of Ms. Mullis's injuries was staged in some way?
No.
And can you explain how you reached that determination?
Well, I would say first off, when you stage a crime scene, the point is that you need law enforcement investigators to come to the scene and look at it. You've changed the scene. You've changed the victim. You've changed evidence. You've created something that is supposed to look different. But you need investigators to see it, because you need for them to draw their own conclusions about the scene. Incorrect conclusions, but that's the whole point. So here you don't even have a scene. And that's the point. So there's no staging that's going on here, because investigators, they only come to the shed at a later time.
So why was there no scene in this case?
I'm sorry?
I said, why is it that there was no scene in this case, as you just mentioned?
Right. So there's no scene because, first of all, Amy Mullis is not deceased. And there's an attempt to render aid to her, both in the shed and then subsequently in the truck, and then subsequently at the roadside location where dispatch advises him to stop the truck and meet law enforcement. There's no scene. There's the victim is not there. Everything is, suggests that Mr. Mullis was attempting to render aid to his wife in getting her to the hospital. So there's no scene to analyze, not for staging anyway.
In your experience, is an aspect of scene staging sometimes that a person that is staging a scene will generate a situation where someone else will find the victim?
Yes, that's very common, and not even in staged scenes, but in other types of homicide cases where it's called, what we refer to it as third-party discovery. So what they don't want is to discover the victim, because then it creates a problem for them because they're not at an arm's length distance. So oftentimes they will have somebody else discover the victim. That could be a neighbor, it could be a coworker, it could be a friend. That puts them at arm's length from both the scene and the victim, and essentially allows them to try to create an alibi.
Well, here you're aware that it was not Mr. Mullis that found Miss Mullis, is that right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And
yes.
In your evaluation of this case, did the circumstances of this case fit the third-party discovery dynamic that you just described?
I would say no for two reasons. One, in every third-party discovery, in any case I've ever worked, or any case that I'm aware of from my time in the FBI's behavioral unit, or in my 18 years subsequent to that, I have never seen a third-party discovery where a parent sends a child to make the discovery. It's typically an adult contacting another adult, not a family member, but, as I said, neighbor, friend, coworker, somebody that's disconnected personally, in a sense, from the victim. So that's not my experience to have sent. I've never seen you send a minor child to find, the parent. Secondly, it doesn't really work here because there's nobody here at the Mullis farm. This farm is isolated. It's out in the country. There are no houses around it. There were no other people. So it doesn't make any sense to send, if you're trying to do third-party discovery, it doesn't make any sense to send your minor child to make the discovery. For one, there's nobody else around, and two, the time frame is literally minutes. So we're not talking about hours or or days. We're just talking minutes. So it wouldn't serve any purpose in terms of distancing yourself from the scene to send your minor child.
Did you see evidence in this case that Tristan Mullis was interviewed by authorities, soon after the events that brought Miss Mullis to the hospital?
Yes, he was interviewed within minutes after the event.
Did his availability for interviews influence your conclusion that there's not evidence of third-party staging here?
Yes, partially. It's one of the things that I would say is consistent with it. Because he's a minor, you have to have parental permission to interview a minor. And Todd gave permission immediately for Tristan to accompany law enforcement back to the house to show them and tell them what he saw, what he did, what he found. And so that's inconsistent, really, because if you're the offender, you don't want a third party to be making statements that might affect your credibility or whatever you've told law enforcement.
And did you see evidence in this case of Mr. Mullis interrupting or preventing law enforcement from interviewing Tristan without Mr. Mullis there?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning as improper expert opinion testimony because it's a comment on credibility not only of Todd Mullis but also of Tristan Mullis in this case. Credibility is a determination solely for the fact finder, and it is not subject to expert testimony under 570(2), 3, and 4, I believe.
Overruled.
I think I did not get an answer to that question, Your Honor. Is that correct?
I didn't hear an answer. You may.
No,
answer.
yeah, I didn't. Can you just repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I'll have to have the reporter read it back since there was an objection, so we'll give her a chance to do that.
Thank you.
And did you see evidence in this case of Mr. Mullis interrupting or preventing law enforcement from interviewing Tristan without Mr. Mullis there?
No, there were two instances where law enforcement asked Mr. Mullis if they could interview Tristan. One of them was immediately after, from the roadside location to accompany Tristan back to the house to explain the whole situation there. And then later on that day, they also asked him again, and he said, sure, go ahead.
Did that permission impact your conclusions here about the scene not being staged?
I think, as I said, I think it's one piece, right? Because clearly, if you don't know what someone's going to say, especially with a minor child, it would be very easy to say, I don't want you to talk to him, or I want him with me, for whatever reason. So I think it's a piece that, lends itself to suggest that he didn't care what Tristan told law enforcement because, it was going to be what Tristan's experience was that morning.
Did you see evidence in your equivocal death evaluation in this case that there was planning involved in some way in someone hypothetically causing Miss Mullis's death?
Right. So, I don't see any staging in this case, and I don't see any planning. If the allegation is that it's staged, I think if it's planned, it would be very, very poorly planned for several reasons. One, the weapon is really a terrible weapon. Can it inflict fatal injuries? Yes. But is it a good weapon to use? No. If you're planning this, you don't want your children around. You don't want to be in a position where you literally would have to escape from your son to commit this. And also, you have two other minor children in the house, a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old. You have no control over them. You don't know where they're going to be, if they're going to come outside, if they're going to go to the shed. That they played in the shed. So it would be extremely risky. So to do that with your minor children would be, problematic. Farm accidents are very prevalent. So if you're going to plan this, if you've spent time to think about this, then there are lots of other ways that this could have occurred that didn't involve your minor children and didn't involve a very odd type of weapon like a corn rake. And it would have given you the privacy to interact with Amy at another location, somewhere off the farm property. But I just didn't see any evidence of planning, because I don't think there's no staging here. And if this is planned, it's extremely poorly planned.
Did the fact that Ms. Mullis passed away at the hospital in this case, is that a fact that you took into account in evaluating whether or not there was planning associated with her death?
Yes, because the idea in a staged crime scene, one, is that the victim is deceased, because you're going to be manipulating the scene, manipulating the victim. So the victim has to be deceased, because if they're not deceased, then there's a possibility they can move away, get help, render the aid to themselves. It becomes very problematic. So the fact that she's not deceased, again, in terms of planning, if this was the plan to kill her, then, that didn't succeed.
If Ms. Mullis was, if there was evidence in this case that Ms. Mullis was the person who suggested the family work in the barn the day of her injuries, would that contribute to your analysis of whether or not Ms. Mullis's death was planned in some way?
Yes, it affects it because because of her medical procedure, she had been unsteady, dizzy. She'd been resting at the house for several days. So it was, I believe, only on that morning when she informed Todd that she just couldn't sit in that house anymore and was going to come out and try to help in the barn. So again, how would you know this? You really wouldn't know it. So it goes against planning. Additionally, in terms of the planning, if you're trying to stage this, so then you have to know where the corn rake is, right? You have to be able to tell police, yeah, I saw the corn rake there yesterday. I was in the shed yesterday. I saw the corn rake. It was right here. So because it has to be, the scenario would have to make sense, right? You're trying to make it make sense to the police. So yes, you're going to tell the investigators, yes, the corn rake was in the shed. I saw it in the shed. This is where I saw it, right? But that's not what you have here. Instead, when they asked Todd where the corn rake was, he's like, I don't know. I hadn't seen it for 2 weeks. Last time I saw it, weeks ago, I'd set it against the wall, but I don't know where it was. So that doesn't make any sense if you're trying to stage a crime scene, right? You're trying to make law enforcement believe that this is, an accident, right? That's what you're trying. So you need to have the corn rake there, to confirm that for them, but it's not. And I don't think Todd knew until that morning that Amy was planning on coming out to the hog barns.
Is the topic of victimology relevant to equivocal death evaluations?
Yes, victimology is relevant to any type of crime analysis because understanding the individual whose life is taken or who dies, is really important to understand their background, and what effect that has on risk level for them. So understanding that background, all aspects of that background from their various types of histories, could be criminal or psychological or financial, their relationship dynamics with friends, coworkers, family members, all of that information is important to understand, who is Amy Mullis and, what's that dynamic relationship between her, Todd, other people in her life.
Is that what that term victimology means, what you just described?
Yes, right. And it also, especially when you're talking about risk, you're trying to assess at what level of risk is she to become the victim of a violent crime. But on the flip side, you're also, that also informs the level of risk that an offender is willing to take to commit the crime. So if you have a very low risk victim, which I would say Amy is, not only because of her lifestyle, but simply because she lives in a very isolated location that's difficult to really find and get access to her. But also, sorry, lost my train of thought. Also because, the risk would be very high for an offender to access her there. So risk is a balance between the victim and the willingness for the offender to take on, more risk. And the more risk an offender is willing to take, then the more important it is for them to, commit whatever act they're, preparing to commit.
Well, in considering victimology and in considering risk, in general, in conducting these type of equivocal death evaluations, do you consider the concept of infidelity in making that analysis?
Sure, if that exists, if it's relevant. So there are lots of different components to victimology, and their relationship dynamics in the relationship dynamics in her relationships would be important. So if it's uncovered that there's marital infidelity, certainly that would be important to understand.
Well, in conducting this equivocal death evaluation, did you consider the issue of infidelity in the Mullis marriage in reaching your conclusions?
Sure, absolutely.
And how did that fit into your analysis?
Well, so once I was aware of it, then I have to put it in context, right? So everything that's done in my type of analysis is always within context. It's always within the totality of the circumstances. It's never a single piece of evidence that, is pulled out and assigned a value. It only has meaning within the context of everything you're looking at. So when I became aware that she had this affair with Mr. Frazier, then I wanted to take that into consideration. What do I know about that? Who knows about that? Did Todd know about that? What's that dynamic? What is that dynamic like? So, of course, is a very important piece.
And did you draw any conclusions about how, if at all, infidelity would have played a role in the victimology in this case?
So, one thing I really wanted to understand is, was Todd aware of it? Now, clearly, there had been a past infidelity that he was aware of. But in this current one, based on the emails and the texts between Amy, Jerry Frazier, Mr. Frazier's wife, several of her friends whom she confided this infidelity to, there's nothing that I was able to see that led me to believe that Todd was aware of the infidelity. I mean, Amy said he wasn't. Jerry said he wasn't. In fact, there was questioning by Todd in, I believe it was July of 2018, where he had seen a number of texts between Amy and Jerry and asked Jerry about them, or I think he asked Jerry about them, and, was given what appeared to be a reasonable explanation for it, and then spoke to Amy, and, to the extent that, I think he felt badly that he had thought there could be something going on, and actually apologized to Jerry and to Jerry's wife. And in texts between Jerry and Amy, they were very confident that Todd was not aware of the affair.
In considering the issue of victimology, in assessing risk factors as you've described, do you as an investigator think through the dynamic of someone reporting events differently to different people?
Sure, absolutely.
And did you consider that dynamic in this case?
Of course.
And what, if any, oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Safrick.
Well, so certainly, I mean, all of us have different relationship dynamics with people. We have our public lives, we have our private lives, and, some people have a secret life. But it depends on the relationship dynamic with your friends. So some of your friends are more distant. They're almost more like acquaintances, and other friends are people you see all the time, and then other friends are like really close friends. That could be the same for coworkers. So when the stories and the conversations that you have with different people in your life basically reflect the level of comfort you have with them, what you will tell them. And so you see, when you look at the conversations that she has with several of her friends and with Jerry, you can see the difference in the conversations, and that, I think, would be expected.
The court recorder called a timeout for a second.
Is it?
Do you need power?
Yeah.
There's a power strip right in front if you can reach it.
Someone's computer was dying.
Yeah, and I had him check it.
So we have seen a lot of things in the background of this witness on his bookshelf. He's got a guillotine. He's got Lady Justice. He's got a skull, a pipe, a magnifying glass, a microscope. It looks like a picture of his wife with his child or one of his children.
Last question, right? I don't need it read back. I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. Did you see evidence in your evaluation, Mr. Safrick, that there were communications between Ms. Mullis and Jerry Frazier where Ms. Mullis was critical of Todd Mullis?
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you draw from those communications in terms of Ms. Mullis's victimology?
I didn't think that there was anything wrong with those. She has this secret affair going on with Mr. Frazier. She's violating her marital vows. She's, there's probably some level of fantasy, that's going on here. So I think based on the conversation she was having with Jerry, at some point, she feels badly and she's looking for someone to sort of buoy her up, right? Support her, almost, I don't want to say like a victim mentality, but certainly, that kind of, where it's, she's looking for sympathy. She's looking for someone to, provide support for her, right? To make her feel good. I think those kinds of texts with Jerry, if you're commenting on your relationship with Todd, I think it, makes sense, when you're talking to somebody who's, your secret lover. I didn't see anything that, that caused me any kind of, concern.
Did you see any differences in the communication between information that Ms. Mullis was conveying to Mr. Frazier and information that she was conveying to Todd?
Sure. I mean, I think, she's married to Todd. She has children with Todd, right? They have a business together. So some of the texts that she's sending Todd are very playful, loving, discussing things that I think any normal couple would be discussing, things happening on the farm, breakfast, just sort of innocuous kinds of conversations. She did say that she loved him, but of course, she's got this secret side of her. So obviously she's not going to tell Todd about that. But it doesn't mean that she doesn't care about Todd. And I mean, that's the sense I got in reading a number of messages. And you can't just read one. You have to put them in context. You have to read a lot of those, and a lot of those messages to her friends, and evaluate, what is that relationship? What is she comfortable telling these different people?
And Your Honor, again, I'm going to object on well beyond the scope of expert testimony. We're just commenting on text messages and things that are well within common sense and reason, and that is not subject as a reliable expert opinion under 5702 and 03, and therefore should be excluded under even 403B.
I mean, I do think we're getting pretty far afield here, Ms. Thompson. If you want to try to tie this back in, that's okay, but I'm not sure what your next question is.
I mean, I'm moving forward, Your Honor. I would just say that there was some testimony from Mr. Firehelm that he personally, in his analysis of the case, believed that there were, and I don't remember his exact words from yesterday, but that basically his own evaluation of the marriage was different than what Mr. Safrick's describing. And one of the ineffective assistance of counsel claims that Mr. Mullis has is that his counsel didn't consult with someone who could have provided context. So this is relevant to Mr. Mullis's ineffective assistance of counsel claim. I agree that, and it's not this witness's intention or our intention to argue that this witness can provide, veracity about these issues, but more context for counsel to have evaluated the issues here and how to present them for Mr. Mullis.
Your Honor, if I may be heard.
You may.
Well, that's certainly not what he authored the report for, to comment on Mr. Firehelm's testimony. He makes direct credibility determinations, and he coins it under a term victimology. There's at least 2 cases which have excluded his analysis specifically on this point and reversed for new trials as it being inadmissible in the first place and therefore unreliable. I'm happy to provide those citations now. They're from the Illinois Supreme Court, where they find the entirety of this testimony in line of questioning to be inadmissible, as did the New Jersey court that they relied on too, because it's the equivalent of testimony from a 13th juror to parrot in a theory of a case. That is improper testimony, and we would vehemently object under the expert testimony provisions in 403.
Yeah. And certainly a little different to have the testimony of trial counsel's analysis of the case and attempting to get the testimony in this way through an expert. So again, if you can have him explain how he's qualified as an expert to talk to me about this specific type of testimony in a way that isn't vouching or credibility, which is my domain, I guess we can try to go there, but the way this direction is, or the way this testimony is going, seems to be down that path at the moment. So let's maybe redirect and get back into something that I think is his domain with these investigations, or the way in which he handles them, please.
Understood, Your Honor. And we can take up the issue of that case law because we disagree with what it says, but I understand the court's ruling, and I'll move on to a different topic.
Thank you.
Mr. Safrick, are you familiar with the concept of confirmation bias?
Yes.
And can you tell us in brief terms what that is?
Well, I would say in reference to like a criminal case, the investigators are more likely to search for and recognize what confirms their bias or their theory and ignore or not consider evidence to the contrary.
Did you see evidence of confirmation bias in the investigation into Ms. Mullis's death?
And I'm going to object again, Your Honor. This is psychological evidence, and it's been kept out before because they do not he has no experience as a psychologist. He has no medical experience as a psychiatrist. What is the point of this testimony? Again, under our reading of the case law, courts have kept out the very same thing and found it to be improper, and we would object on those grounds as before. It's the same grounds as before.
Did you wish to respond to this, Ms. Thompson?
Well, the case law that the primary case in Illinois in which a court determined Mr. Safrick's opinions were not relevant actually dealt with his assessment of a crime scene. If the state is referencing People versus King, we can talk about that case. This is not testimony that's offered to provide the purpose of this testimony is to talk about what this investigation was and why it is that both Mr. Mullis's own attorneys and investigators focused on incorrect information. And that is within Mr. Safrick's province as an experienced FBI investigator, as an experienced law enforcement officer who evaluates these cases. It's to understand why both Mr. Mullis's own attorneys and the authorities would have focused on particular issues without looking at others. And that's relevant to understanding why it is that Mr. Mullis didn't receive effective assistance of counsel, and why it is that this investigation got off track, which again is one of the claims that Mr. Mullis raises in his petition.
And again, Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Safrick's report doesn't speak to that. The ultimate conclusion as set out on page 56 and 57 is meant for him to speak to whether or not this was an accident or a homicide. Specifically, if we look to his conclusion, he said, quote, "I was asked to review this case to determine if a manner of death other than homicide would provide the most logical explanation for Amy's death," close quote. I believe that's at page 57, Your Honor, possibly 58. And so Mr. Safrick's conclusions certainly aren't being relevant to an ineffective assistance of counsel claim. And again, improper testimony invades on the fact finder's function here.
Ms. Thompson, any further response?
Mr. Safrick has not offered an opinion about the cause of death here, although he certainly has one, as the state alluded to. There's nothing about, and his report does discuss the topic of confirmation bias and how that is relevant here. These opinions are just as relevant for what counsel would have taken into account in choosing whether or not to investigate, choosing whether or not to make certain arguments on Mr. Mullis's behalf. That is exactly the purpose of his report. It's information that counsel could have taken into account. That's exactly what we offered it for in our petition, that counsel failed to get this kind of expert opinion which would have aided in counsel's analysis. There is nothing about Mr. Safrick's report that is inconsistent with presenting it in that way. We have not presented Mr. Safrick's ultimate opinion in this case. That is the province of the court. But these are all the factors that he could have explained to counsel, which would have helped counsel understand what evidence would have been relevant to arguing this case to the jury in Mr. Mullis's case. And I'd say that there's a number of other cases where Mr. Safrick's analysis and opinions have been accepted by courts, and we have a number of those cases we can cite to the court. So the state has pulled out, a couple where courts went the other way, but that's not Mr. Safrick has testified all over the country, and his opinions have been accepted by courts in numerous states.
To the extent that the court understands Mr. Safrick to be offering an opinion as to the investigation that was conducted into this matter, and not an opinion or as an expert on confirmation bias specifically. The court will allow the testimony and give it whatever weight it's ultimately due. So the objection is overruled. You may proceed, Ms. Thompson.
I'm sorry, what was my last question? And I apologize because I don't recall. I believe the last question may have been.
Do you see evidence of confirmation bias in the investigation into Ms. Mullis's death?
Did you hear that question, Mr. Safrick?
Oh, I didn't. No, I did not.
Let me repeat it. Did you, Mr. Safrick, see evidence of confirmation bias in the Mullis investigation?
Yes.
And can you explain what evidence you saw of that?
Well, I think the first really important piece here relates to the interviews that were done of Tristan and Todd. It's important to understand that the first three interviews of Todd, well, two of them occurred. The first three occurred on the day, on the 10th. The first three interviews of Tristan, or first two interviews of Tristan, also occurred on the 10th. At no time were those interviews conducted with Todd and Tristan together. They were all conducted independently. In fact, all of the interviews that were conducted, including the ones on the 16th, were conducted independently. So normally in law enforcement, when you have two suspects and that are suspected in a crime and law enforcement arrests them, the first thing that law enforcement does is separate them. Why? Because they don't want them talking and getting their story together. I mean, this is an investigation 101. And that's exactly what happened here. We have these literally 7 interviews of a 13-year-old boy and Todd explaining to law enforcement on the day. So this isn't occurring weeks later or months later or years later. This is happening contemporaneous with the crime. And what we know from investigations is that the best information from a witness is that contemporaneous information to the event. So the closer to the event, the better, because you don't want that information contaminated. You don't want that person talking to other people.
Objection.
Or other
Vouching, improper testimony. Again, what he's saying is, if I understand it, and certainly the court can make the determination, is that they were telling the truth because their stories were closer in time to the events in question. How is that not a credibility determination, saying they were telling the truth then but were not later on?
Well, and I think the answer is turning into a narrative. Let's just have a new question, please, Ms. Thompson.
I'll ask another question, Your Honor. Did you see evidence of confirmation bias in the way that authorities relied on the text messages and the messages between witnesses in this case?
Yes, in certain circumstances I did.
And can you explain what evidence of confirmation bias you saw in that respect?
Well, there was a couple of texts that Amy had related to a confrontation that she'd had with her mother-in-law, Peggy Munson. And those texts, if you take the text out of context, it appears that Amy is talking about Todd, that she's going to, if this ever happens again, I'm going to leave, take the kids. And then, so it sounds very damaging by itself, but if you take it within the context of all of the other texts, you realize that she's not talking about Todd. She's talking about her relationship with her mother-in-law and the problems that she had there. And that goes on for a couple of days. And she even has that discussion with Todd. So I think it's really important that you take all of these conversations in context and look at what's going on before and after the conversations.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
I just want the witness to stand up and walk out of frame so I can get a screenshot of his whole backdrop. So I can play I Spy all day long. Never went to the crime scene? What?
The text messages that you were just referencing, Mr. Safrick, do you understand that that Miss Mullis's mother-in-law in this case was Elaine Mullis? Do you recall? Go ahead, Mr. Safrick.
Sorry?
Do you recall, as you sit here today, the name of Mr. Mullis's or Miss Mullis's mother-in-law?
Yeah, sorry, I misspoke. Right.
In general, the testimony that you've provided today, if Mr. Mullis's counsel had consulted with you before Mr. Mullis's trial, is this information that you could have provided to Mr. Mullis's attorney?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Safrick.
Good morning, Counselor.
How long have you had what was your experience length in law enforcement specifically?
In law enforcement?
Yes.
Well, I started in 1977 as a police officer working in patrol. As I said, I had promoted into detective, started in property crimes, went to violent crimes. And then in 1983, I applied to the FBI. I got in, and my first office was working in Indian Reservation in Wyoming. I worked there for 3.5 years, working all the violent crimes on the reservation. I went and then was transferred to the New York City office. Is this what you're looking for?
Mostly, I was just trying to check. I believe it's 30 years or so that you had in law enforcement, right?
Oh, yes. Yes.
So is the bulk of your experience testifying in court is actually from an agent perspective, correct? Or an officer perspective too?
Well, I was a supervisory special agent in the behavioral analysis unit.
Right, but in court cases specifically, is the bulk of your testimonial experience when you've taken the stand has been as an officer or an agent, right?
Yes.
And your background is in law enforcement specifically, fair?
That's very broad. I don't know what you mean by law enforcement.
You have no expertise or specialization in psychology, fair? You're not a psychologist?
Correct.
Not a psychiatrist?
Correct.
As you confirmed on direct examination, you're not a doctor, right?
That's right.
So you're in the fields of psychology, such as social psychology, you aren't able to speak to the dynamics between people, fair?
No, I wouldn't say that's true.
Well, you are not a social psychologist who has been certified to testify on that matter specifically, the social psychology of interfamilial relationships, right?
No, I testify about relationship dynamics all the time as an expert witness.
Correct, but your primary expertise, in fact, for the bulk of it, your expertise is in the field of crime scene analysis or law enforcement investigation, right?
Well, I would say that crime scene analysis is the baseline for all of the type of analysis that I do, yes.
And in your report, you detail it as crime scene analysis as being your primary expertise as well, fair?
I don't know that I detail it in my report that way. As I said, crime scene analysis is sort of the bedrock of all of the type of analysis that I do in complex death assessment cases, whether they're homicides or serial murders or equivocal deaths. I have extensive training in that area.
Correct, but on page 3 of your report specifically, you say, quote, 2 published appellate opinions allow my expert testimony in crime scene analysis, right?
Right. I have lots of opinions. I have lots of appellate courts that have upheld my testimony many times. I only put those in there because they were published opinions.
Well, the Illinois Supreme Court also issued a published opinion in People v. King. Are you aware of that case?
I am, yes.
And they found, in that case, would you agree that the appellate court or the Supreme Court of the state of Illinois found your testimony inadmissible in its entirety, correct?
Yes.
And it relied on a similar case by the New Jersey appellate court as well, finding similar testimony on profiling, for instance, or what your testimony was being offered in that case went beyond the bounds of your expertise, correct?
I've never testified about profiling. Profiling is not allowed in the court. Profiling is essentially linking the defendant to the behaviors at the crime scene that would interfere with the purview of the jury and the court and the judge. I've never testified about criminal profiling. And
not even in the case of...
Are you speaking about the Forden case?
Well, on the matter
You're talking about the New Jersey. Are you talking about New Jersey? Is that the Forden case?
I believe it's State v. Lennon, if that sounds correct.
Yeah, that's the Forden case, yes.
And similarly, you were found or profiled as an ex-FBI profiler in the case of, I believe, Raymond Lee Jennings, correct? Are you familiar with that case?
Objection.
Yes.
It just, the question, I think, was you were found or profiled as an expert. I just didn't understand the term that the counsel was using there, Your Honor.
Did you wish to clarify, counsel? I mean, I guess I heard the witness answer, so apparently the witness wasn't confused.
I mean, I can clarify, Your Honor, but the witness already answered the question.
I guess, Ms. Thompson, if you just want to come back on redirect, you can clarify.
Understood, Your Honor.
Well, you mentioned that you've never done profiling before, and you would agree that it would be inadmissible testimony to do a profile, correct?
Yes.
But similar matters, or I guess your testimony in People v. King at the appellate level labeled your testimony profiling of characteristics consistent with crimes. Would you agree with that?
I don't know how they characterize it, but I've never testified about profiling.
So today you're not providing a profile, for instance, of who would have committed this crime, right?
No.
But you are profiling the victim in what you've coined as victimology, right?
Right. You have to understand the history of the victim is when you're looking at a death scene case.
You comment on her behaviors as being manipulative or otherwise, right?
Objection, Your Honor. That was not his testimony today.
There's the train.
Overruled. The witness can answer if he's able.
So part of so you're taking things out of a context here. I said that when you look at Amy's conversations with various people, she presents a different side of herself to whomever she's talking to. That is a relatively normal thing most people do, depending on the relationship that a person has with the person they're talking to.
But you would agree. Thank you, Mr. Stafford. But my question really was, you refer to her at times as being described as manipulative or otherwise. Fair? In your report?
Yes, I did.
So those findings comment on her characteristics as a victim, right?
Well, I've characterized a lot of things about her.
Right, her personal traits, fair?
Right, and this was also referred to by other witnesses who described her the same way.
So I guess, Mr. Stafford, you're just is it fair to say that you drew all of your inferences from the existing record evidence established or collected by law enforcement on this side of things, or presented at trial? Is that about right?
Well, I didn't do any independent investigation. I didn't, go to the scene and conduct an investigation. So, as I always do, I have to rely on the reports and the investigation conducted by law enforcement and others associated with the case, like the medical examiners and toxicologists and such.
But on direct examination, you testified that there was no scene in this case. Is that right?
There was no staged scene.
Well, you would agree that Amy Mullis was found on her hands and knees on your review, right?
She was found with her hands tucked under her, yes, lying on the floor in the shed.
And she was found impaled by a corn rake?
Yes.
And you would agree that based on the evidence you reviewed at least, Mr. Mullis sent his son to find the pet carrier check on it, right?
Correct.
And ultimately sent him in to find his mother, true?
I don't think he sent him to find her. He sent him to get the pet carrier.
And in doing so, find his mother, right? Or found his mother?
He did.
And then Mr. Mullis grabbed the corn rake and pulled it out of Miss Mullis's back, right?
Yes.
And in doing so, touched the weapon, in this case, or what would be called a poor weapon, I believe as you characterized it, right?
Yes.
And so there wouldn't be any DNA evidence specifically that you'd be able to pull from the handle of the rake, right?
Why wouldn't you be able to pull DNA evidence?
Well, let's say fingerprints. Mr. Mullis's fingerprints would be on the rake then, right?
They could be.
So in your experience of 30 years in law enforcement, you would agree pulling latent prints might be difficult, right?
Pulling latent prints depends on the surface you're pulling them from. So if you have an old, worn, dirty corn rake handle made out of wood, probably be difficult to pull latent prints.
And so when Mr. Mullis pulled the corn rake out of Amy Mullis's back, he discarded it next to her at some point, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that based on the record evidence, Mr. Mullis admitted to putting the rake in that shed, correct?
Well, yes, his recollection was that, 2 weeks prior, he set it against, but he hadn't seen it since. Set it against the wall, but hadn't seen it since.
But he was the last person, based upon your review of the records, who knew or saw that corn rake with any certainty, right?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Mullis who sent Amy Mullis to get that pet carrier, correct?
Yes.
So he sent her to a specific location, right?
Yes.
For a specific purpose, right? Where nobody else would be, true?
Well, he didn't know that his other children wouldn't be out there.
Well, you're speculating on that front, fair? You don't know one way or the other. You have never interviewed those kids, and you have no testimonial statements one way or the other as to whether he thought they'd be in there, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, but look, I'm looking
sorry,
at this.
Mr. Safrick, there was an objection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll withdraw the objection, Your Honor.
Oh, now the objection's withdrawn. You may continue your answer.
That's funny.
So I'm looking at all of this is what is reasonable, what is likely by reasonable inference. So the information is that Todd and Tristan were in the hog barn with Amy for an hour maybe. So there's no way he would actually know where his other two children were.
Well, he left them inside the house, right?
Yeah, but they're 8 and 10. They're kids. So
well, in the middle of
you'd have to be certain.
But
you weren't going to be outside.
But you can't be certain that he didn't know they were going to remain inside, right? Because you don't have any independent information and you have conducted no investigation yourself, right?
Correct.
You speak at length about the manners of death to be investigated, right? The 5 different manners of death that are recognized, true?
Well, just in terms of an equivocal death evaluation, yes.
But ultimately, you agree that in your conclusions, you were asked to provide an opinion on whether the manner of death in this case was homicide or that there was a more logical explanation for Amy's death, right?
Right. When I got the case, I didn't know anything about the case in terms of, I knew how she died, but what the manner of death was, I didn't know. That was my point. It was to conduct an equivocal death evaluation that basically determined that it was either going to be that the two most consistent manners would either be homicide or accident.
So your conclusion was the two most consistent manners of death, in your opinion, would be homicide or accident?
Right, because there was nothing there that indicated this was a natural death, and there was nothing, in my experience, in terms of having seen well over 4,000 homicide cases and death cases, that this was a suicide. So, by reasonable inference, you're left with either accident or homicide.
You would agree that Google searches in the history as introduced at trial, though, about, quote, what happens to cheaters in history, in, quote, killing unfaithful women, would point to potential motive or any purpose, right, based upon your understanding of planning?
Well, see, counselor, I think you're taking that out of context. That's not very good of you to do that. It's completely out of context. Those searches appeared to be related to schoolwork.
Your testimony today is that, quote, killing unfaithful women was a school assignment?
For a 14-year-old?
You're taking it out of context, I think. That's my opinion. There is information that suggests that these were searches done by the kids.
And I might have missed it in your report. Did you at any point reference those Google searches?
No, I did not.
So nothing that would have potentially cut against the point. You only found one factor that weighed in favor of finding it was a homicide, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I didn't take that class in school.
The basis of your objection, Ms. Thompson?
That's a compound question, Your Honor, but the witness has answered, so I'll withdraw the objection.
The objection's overruled. The answer will remain in the record.
And that was that most women are murdered by people they know. That's right?
Yes.
But you didn't weigh any other motive evidence, did you?
Counselor, I reviewed all this information in detail. I was open to the possibility that this was a homicide, and that counsel that contacted me was, incorrect. And that was my job, to figure out what, based on the information and my review of all the information, what was the most likely and consistent manner of death. That was my job, and I considered it a homicide as well.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but in your report you don't mention Tristan Mullis's trial testimony, do you?
I don't know. I listed everything that I used, that I received and reviewed. I have to say that I wrote this report in the end of 2022, beginning of 2023, so it is several years old for me at this point. But I have listed everything that I reviewed.
Well, I'll ask you this question. Do you recall anywhere in your report that you testified to your conclusions at length on direct examination, for instance? That report, do you mention Tristan Mullis's testimony that Todd Mullis's father was out of his sight for an indeterminate amount of time?
If you can reference to me, I believe you're referencing an interview with Tristan that occurred well over a year after the incident.
I'm not, Mr. Safrick. Did you review the trial transcripts in this case?
If I have them listed, I did.
But you don't make reference or note them in your report, do you?
Well, I listed in my report what I reviewed.
So I guess I'll phrase it in the hypothetical then, Mr. Safrick. In your opinion, if Tristan Mullis, under oath, swore that his father left the hog barn and left his site for an indeterminate amount of time at trial, would that change your testimony?
No.
Why?
Because, as I said before, the initial interviews are, in my experience, the most accurate, and when they're contemporaneous with the event. They were unfiltered, unbiased, unimpeded. There was nobody to influence him. By the time trial has come around, what he heard and who has talked to him and who has influenced him, I don't know. But those kinds of that kind of testimony is problematic for me. I relied on the contemporaneous interviews done by law enforcement on that day, multiple interviews with both Tristan and Todd, independent, where their stories were exactly the same.
Well, Mr. Safrick, I'm going to ask a follow-up question on this one. Does it change the fact that at each time Tristan Mullis took an oath to tell the truth and testify in a deposition or a court proceeding like you did today, does that weigh in favor of finding that to be a potential protective factor, that maybe this was a homicide?
Again, I reviewed in my complete review that everything suggests that this was not a staged case and that this was not a homicide.
Correct. But my question was, does Tristan Mullis' sworn testimony that Todd Mullis left his site change the fact that those are his under oath statements, and the statements you reference were not under oath?
Objection.
I understand.
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates the testimony and the facts in this case.
Overruled. The witness can answer.
Yes, so I understand what you're asking. I understand that those statements were under oath, but I would consider them. But I would say that in the context of everything that I reviewed, the contemporaneous statements made by a 13-year-old boy were accurate, and he repeated those statements. And not only that it's consistent. His statements and Todd's statements are consistent with what would be expected if you found your wife, unresponsive in a shed. Those activities of lifting her head and wiping her face, all of those things are consistent with somebody rendering aid, yelling at your son to get the truck. Those are all consistent, and those statements were consistent. So I would value those statements in the context of everything that I reviewed more than I would the statements under oath.
So the sworn testimony is less than the unsworn statements, yes? Did I just understand that correctly? I'm only confirming as a yes or no.
Sure. Yes. Yes. That's how I would view that. Yes.
Do you have your report in front of you, Mr. Safrick?
I do.
Can I refer you to page 6 if possible?
Certainly.
Let me know when you're there, please.
I will.
Every time he moves, I try to see more of what's behind him on his shelf.
Okay.
In the first paragraph at the top of page 6, in the last sentence, I believe, I'll read aloud and let me know if I read it correctly. Quote, "In this case, I yielded the attempt to reconstruct an exact sequence of events. Such an attempt is impractical due to the innumerable possible interactions between Amy, the environment, and others." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
In your opinion, then, an accident reconstruction wasn't feasible here. Is that fair to say?
No. What I'm saying is that oftentimes when I'm questioned at trial, counsel will ask me, isn't it possible that this could have occurred? And generally what I would say is that when you're dealing with what's possible, literally thousands of things are possible. It's impossible to know the exact sequence to the second of what is actually occurring. So rather than dealing with possibilities, which is nearly impossible, my job is to look at what is likely by reasonable inference from the evidence, the physical evidence, behavioral evidence, forensic evidence. I can't deal with what's possible. The possibilities are endless.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr.
That's what I'm saying there.
I appreciate that, Mr. Safrick, but on page 6, You are speaking about reconstructing the exact sequence of events, correct?
Right.
And so you said such an attempt to, quote, reconstruct an exact sequence of events, I believe those are your words, is impractical, right?
Correct.
So in your opinion, it would be impractical to be able to speak to any certainty about the exact sequence of events, right?
Yes, you can't speak to certainty about the exact sequence, and I can't know the exact sequence of literally any crime that I have looked at, but I can draw reasonable inferences based on the evidence.
So just to clarify, I guess, as we work towards the end here.
Sure.
We can agree that Todd Mullis asked Amy Mullis to go get the pet carrier, right?
Yes.
So he sent her to a location, right?
He did.
And we can agree that at least Tristan Mullis's sworn testimony was that his father left his site for an immeasurable amount of time or an unknown amount of time, right?
Objection, Your Honor. That misstates the testimony.
Well,
I don't know what the sworn testimony was.
the answer will remain in the record.
But you referenced and cite in your report, which you have in front of you right now, Mr. Safrick, that you reviewed the trial transcripts, right?
I don't know. I have multiple pages of things I reviewed. I don't recall if I did, or if it's listed here, I did. I just, I just have multiple pages, and it was a couple years ago I wrote this, so.
In this period of time, you have never once evaluated reports or information provided by a Valentina Nye, for instance, right?
I'm sorry, by who?
That, I think, answers my question. You haven't referred to reports or reviewed reports from one Valentina Nye, right?
No, I have not. Dr. Nye? No.
Correct. Dr. Nye would be a way to refer to her.
That is correct. I have not reviewed any reports of hers.
And your conclusions around the scene and the distances between buildings aren't based on your research or your findings specifically, right?
Right. I relied on other experts who conducted those measurements.
And would you agree that there is a difference or a distinction between one being dead or deceased and one being pronounced dead?
I'm not clear on your question.
Sure.
Someone's dead or they're pronounced dead?
So Amy Mullis was pronounced dead at the hospital, correct?
She was.
But she was found unresponsive in the shed on your review, correct?
Yes.
And there were not signs of life accordingly at that point in time. Is that a fair description of the evidence or the record?
Objection, Your Honor. This is calling for a medical opinion from this witness, which he stated he's not providing.
Well, the witness can certainly, I guess, testify as to his understanding based on his review of the records. I won't interpret his testimony as providing any medical opinion. With that understanding, Mr. Safrick, you may answer the question if you remember it at this point.
I do. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I don't believe there was there's anything that indicated that she was dead in the shed. She was transported. They were doing CPR on her at the roadside, and I believe, if my recollection serves me correctly, that the doctors in the hospital worked on her for over an hour. So at some point she was pronounced deceased, but there's no evidence that she was deceased when Todd found her in the shed.
Did you find any?
She was unresponsive, but no indication she had already passed.
Did she ever come to or become responsive again based upon your review of the evidence?
Counselor, that would be a question for the emergency room doctors who worked on her. I don't know.
Although you just testified to what they found or how long they worked on them, right?
I believe that my recollection is they worked on her for about an hour before they pronounced her.
But you can come
my sense is that they believed that she was alive. I mean, I have a lot of experience with individuals who are either declared deceased at the scene because it's apparently obvious they're deceased, or as soon as they get to the hospital, they're declared deceased. That's not what occurred here. So,
she wasn't declared deceased at the hospital?
Not immediately. I've had, hundreds and hundreds of cases where offenders or where victims are declared deceased as soon as they arrive at the emergency room. But that was not the case here. So I don't know. There's nothing that says that she was deceased, and people believed, because they were working on her, that she was still alive.
Sure. Mr. Safrick, we were provided a list of your prior testimony in the last 4 years. I believe that lists, is it 2 trials that you've testified in? Or 1 trial?
I don't have that list in front of me, but whatever, it should be accurate, yes.
How many trials do you believe you've testified in the last 4 years or so?
Trials, probably those 2.
And
there's 2 on there.
You also list depositions, I believe, for a grand total of 4 items or 5 items or so. Does that sound about right?
Yes. If I provided that, that's accurate, yes.
And it isn't in criminal cases specifically, right?
Well, they're civil cases, but they're all related to criminal, typically homicides. So I have to evaluate all of those homicide scenes.
Sure. And how much were you paid for this case?
Well, not enough. But I did a lot of the work pro bono after. I got paid initially, but I've done a lot of work pro bono, and I've not, just because, they don't really have the money. And I think it's worthwhile to provide my insight in this case.
Thank you, but that didn't actually answer my question. How much were you paid on this case?
I think $10,000.
Okay. And how much pro bono work have you done?
I do a lot of pro bono work for various organizations. All my work for the VDOC Society is pro bono. I do other cases pro bono. So.
Right, but I am asking specifically about this case, Mr. Safrick.
This case. Right. A lot of my time, probably, 25 to 30 hours has been pro bono.
Is your hourly rate $500 an hour for a 4-hour minimum?
That's my testimony for depositions, but my hourly rate is $400 for analysis and casework.
And how many hours have you done of work on this case?
I don't know offhand.
Could you ballpark it like you did for the 25 to 30 hours of pro bono work?
60 to 70 hours of work. It's been I was retained in July of 2022. So it's been, 3 years?
So 60 to 70 hours of work total, or inclusive of your quote unquote pro bono hours?
That's probably total.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
A few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Safrick, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 281. While this is being pulled up, this is a multi-page document, and I'm going to have my colleague scroll through Exhibit 281, and I'm going to ask you if this looks like a true and accurate copy of your CV and your report in this case.
I'll object, Your Honor. This isn't in evidence, and certainly it includes hearsay statements and testimony, and we would, have that evidentiary fight later on, but we've been having it for quite some time, so as the court knows, we would reiterate our same objections here. Also, this report's unsigned, out of compliance with the rules of civil procedure, and therefore not properly affied to. But we would raise our standard objection. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess,
I found them in my mailbox.
Counsel, were there additional arguments that you wish to address at a later time with regard to this exhibit, or?
I'm just showing him a CV, Your Honor. That was my intention right now.
Okay. Well, go ahead with that for now.
Yes, this is my CV. When I update my CV, I change the date at the bottom of the pages, so it shows January of 2025. I think I had an article published, and so I updated the CV, but that's accurate.
All right, and Exhibit 281 is a true and accurate copy of your CV and your report in this case?
Well, all I can see is the CV at the moment. But yeah, that's my CV, yes.
Let me know when you've had a chance to determine whether this is a true and accurate copy of your report.
Okay. Yes. I was looking for the date on it. It appears to be yes.
Your Honor, we can...
It's 57 pages. If it's 57 pages, then yes.
All right, and Your Honor, we can take up any other issues with this document at a later time.
All right, we'll do that.
You can take the document down. You were asked some questions about medical issues in this case. Did you review reports from a forensic pathologist and a biomechanical engineer related to the Mullis case, Mr. Safrick?
I did.
And do you defer to the expert opinions of those experts in their respective fields?
I do.
And do you, when you indicate that you are not able to determine sort of when you are not able to determine exactly how events might have transpired here, do you intend to offer an opinion about whether a biomechanical engineer could offer opinions about that topic?
No, I don't.
I mean, are you disputing any of the opinions of pathology and biomechanical experts in this case?
No, I'm not.
You were asked some questions about the rake and some of the things that occurred after Ms. Mullis was found in this case. Was Mr. Mullis removing the rake from Ms. Mullis, was that an attempt, is that behavior that's consistent with staging a scene?
No.
Why not?
Again, the purpose of staging is to create a scene that law enforcement can attend. The investigators can attend and then see the scene and make their assessments on the adulterated, changed scene. Because again, you're trying to create a new motive for the crime, and then that's what you want. That's what you want law enforcement to see. So you don't create it and then destroy it. And everything that I saw is consistent with him rendering aid. It's consistent in their statements as well, with him rendering aid.
If there is testimony in this case that Mr. Mullis's daughter, who was a minor, saw the corn rake in the shed near the time that Ms. Mullis suffered her injuries, would that change your opinion that Todd Mullis was the only person to reference seeing the rake in that area?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I knew that the kids played in the shed, and Tristan suggested at one point that maybe they had moved the rake, but I don't think anybody knew where the rake was. It was never identified in a particular location, except I think Todd said a couple weeks prior he put it against the shed door.
And are Todd's statements about where he left the rake, are those consistent with someone staging the scene, as you've testified about?
Objection, vouching and improper testimony for or through prejudice.
Sustained.
I didn't ask you your opinion about how you would evaluate the cause of Ms. Mullis's death, but the state did. So I'll ask you, did you reach a conclusion about what the likely cause of Ms. Mullis's death was?
Objection to improper opinion testimony. He can't come to a pathological diagnosis, Your Honor.
They opened the door to this, Your Honor.
Did you want to respond to that, Mr.
Sure.
Ayden?
We didn't have a report. We didn't ask for his report to provide us an ultimate testimonial determination. Ultimately, the question was, isn't the basis of your report in the ultimate conclusion for you to decide whether or not this was a homicide or an accident? That's what's cited at 56 and 57. When he was coming to a determination, he said he couldn't speak to a manner of death specifically because he's not to undermine the pathological opinions or the medical opinions here. Simply put, that's the basis of that testimony was to object on the basis of that he is not an expert who can provide that and render an opinion.
Yeah, I guess, Ms. Thompson, that's how I understood the witness's answer as well. If you understood or believe something differently, you may respond, but otherwise the objection sustained.
Well, just to make clear my point, Your Honor, the state asked him a number of questions about why he did not determine this was a homicide. We don't intend to offer him as a medical expert. He's not a medical expert. But given that they inquired about those conclusions, it's our position we should be able to inquire about his conclusions as well. But I understand the court's ruling, and I'll abide by it.
Thank you.
One moment, Your Honor.
Anything else for this witness? Or are we going to be done? Trying to find which one of the books on the shelf is his, and I think it's the one that's right above my picture. Like right over here. When we see him, it's like right there. Black with red letters. This book's called Spree Killer, or Spree Killers. Do you want an affiliate? Look, his book is $65. $65. Northwest, did you hear a train? I didn't hear it.
Two more questions, Your Honor. One is, Mr. Safrick, you were asked some questions about whether you're testifying as a profiler in this case. Are any of your opinions in Mr. Mullis's case based on your experience in profiling possible criminal defendants?
272 pages.
Your Honor, I don't know if the witness was able to hear me. It might have been because my mic was off. I apologize. Let me just read. Mr. Safrick, I assume you could not hear my question. I apologize. I think my mic was off. So let me restate.
No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything.
Apologies. Let me restate that question. You were asked some questions on cross about whether the opinions you were providing in this case were based on your experience as a profiler. And my question for you is, are any of the opinions that you're offering about the Mullis investigation opinions you're offering in the context of being able to profile potential criminal defendants?
No.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Any recross?
None needed, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Safrick. It appears that your testimony is complete. I'll go ahead and end the Zoom at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For those of us here in the courtroom, this is probably a good point to take our morning recess. Let's break for about 15 minutes and plan on picking up at 11:20. Court is in recess until then.
All right. We're going to have a wee bit of a break here. Greeners, there's your link for his book if you want to spend $65 and buy Spree Killers, the book that he referenced in his testimony. It's been spicy today. It's been spicy. I had to open the Cheetos Flaming Hot Dill Pickle Crunchy treats, just to go along with the spice, because the spice level delivered in the cross-examination back and forth. What about us? We need a break, says Rena. You guys need a break? We could play a little bit of music if you need a break. Do you want to? Are you thinking exercise, or? Let's see. Oh, let me give you an update. Since Wagger here mentioned something about a bathroom, I'm immediately thinking about an update for the bathroom. I got so much done this weekend, possibly because all you married folks, you tell me if this is a thing or not. I asked Mrs. R.A., I said, would you be willing to just like sit and watch me work as I'm doing the bathroom remodel? And she's like, why? I said, just try me on this. Will you just sit and watch me work? And so she pulled a chair up so she could sit in the hall and watch through the door and watch me work. And she did it pretty much all day. I got so much done. All of the, you guys do want a song. Okay, we'll bring a song in. All the plumbing, rough plumbing is done. So the shower's plumbed. We've got all the lines run for the shower. The drains are done. Everything's set, glued, except for the toilet. We haven't glued the part for the toilet yet, but we've set in more of the flooring. We've set the walls, squared the walls up for the shower inserts. It was amazing. So tell me, why is it that I'm so much more effective worker when Mrs. R.A. is watching? Okay, here we go. It's a thing called body doubling, and it's great for those with ADHD. Yoga on in the background. We'll bring some yoga on right now. Hang on. Yoga in the courtroom.
Judge stands up and gives a smile, says let's break for a while. Time to stretch, forget the guile. Yoga mode, let's change the style. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by. Jury follows, judges lead. Bend and flex, it's what we need. Murder trial takes a backseat. Mind and body both must feed. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by. Jury follows, judges lead. Bend and flex, it's what we need. Murder trial takes a backseat. Mind and body both must feed. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by. Inhale peace, exhale stress. This courtroom finds some bliss. Murder on pause, but we don't miss. A moment filled with playful twists. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by. Stand up, stretch, reach for the sky. Feel the music, close your eyes. Wake up to a new surprise. Courtroom yoga by and by. Yoga by and by.
There we go. There was our filler. A little bit of get up and stretch music, which I sat through the entirety of. A couple things. We were going to watch the Cremo trial, but yes, he just pled guilty. He just pled guilty to everything. So there will be no trial in that the parade, July 4th parade shooter case. That one is gone. So yes, that song was it was created with the help of AI. I won't say how much help. It was almost entirely them, actually. Cheetos were very good. It's not the podcast. I was going to save the review of the Cheetos to the podcast, but they got spicy in court. I needed a spicy treat to go along with it. And I will say that they taste exactly like flaming hot crunchy Cheetos with a perfect amount of dill. It's just a trace of dill. So it was really good. Are the Cheetos green? No, they're red like my lips and my fingertips right now. So you can see, like, these 3 fingers are Cheeto fingers. Even though I've washed them, they're stained forever now, apparently. All right. Samantha Terry says, join Recovery Addict on Valhalla awaits this Saturday, March 8th. We're going to build Legos. And we're going to do an interview. And I have my Legos arriving tomorrow for the kit that we're going to build on that interview. And it's going to be a surprise. So I'm super excited about it. I'm building something that I don't think anyone's done on their channel before, which is important. I don't want to be judged by somebody who's a superior builder because I would lose. 13th juror, we're going to have to look and check and see what's up. Swan Boat Club trial. That's a possibility. There's also one with a stabby, 31 stabs. That's pretty good. Can build the truck. Celestial Force. No, the truck you sent me was life size. It was like a Ford F-150 life size Lego. I ruled that one out on 2 things. First of all, an actual truck is cheaper than the Legos it would take to build that one. And second of all, it's massive. It's huge. How's the bathroom remodel going? Great. We're finally making progress. I've got the framing lined up for the insert. We've got the pan. The correct pan is here. The replacement arrived. Measured that out. Got it square. That building things square is something I've never done before. I'm really good at hammering things together, but not necessarily making it square. This time it's going to be square. So let's see. Anything else? You'd definitely finish the bathroom remodel before year 3. I'm on pace for about 2.5. What's new in the Airbnb? I've got a renter for another month, I think. And he's really quiet. I've never seen him actually. I've had renters that have been there 3 months and we've never seen. They just pay their bill and quietly do their thing.
Call from Fracture 23.
Fracture 23, how are you doing today?
I'm not too bad. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's on your mind?
Okay. I think we're on break. I left with the guy talking and I came back to courtroom yoga. It was really weird. But so I've been thinking about
Seamless
this.
transition,
and I just wanted to, yeah, it was weird. Like, because I was completely out of the room and I came back and I saw you talking and then I hit unmute and it was courtroom yoga. And I'm like, what happened? How did we get to yoga? But anyhow, so I had a thought I wanted to run by you guys about this whole thing and why I don't believe that she fell and tried to dislodge this corn rake from her back. Okay. I don't know if I'm just like not mobile or something, but my son and I, we tried to like figure this out between ourselves. And I can't in my brain figure out how, if that corn rake was in her back, how she would be able to, no matter how you put your hand, pull it out without causing it to twist and cause more injuries on the inside of her while it was like when she was trying to pull it out. Because even just putting your arm behind your back with nothing in your hand at all and trying to move your arm like straight back to pull it out, it's not happening. Like, you're going to cause torque to, like, the first medical examiner would have seen injuries like going downwards or I mean, if the handle's by your butt, Like all the injuries would be going downwards, and the holes on her back would be bigger from the torque, right? Like, so in my mind, how the only way that makes sense to me is that maybe like she got knocked down and then whoever bent over her and impaled her with the fork and then like had to get over her, like over top of her and try to pull it straight out. And then like, however, whatever, I don't know, but there's no way she pulled that out on her own. There's no way.
It seems highly unlikely that she would pull it out on her own. Now, it's possible that in the moment of injury, the spasm from the pain could have contorted her body in a way that it, could have come out partially or completely. But just being impaled, I just cannot see how somebody can. I mean, it takes it's a rare breed to be able to inflict that much pain on yourself, to do something that causes pain. The guy that was like hiking down in southern Utah, the boulder rolled on his arm and he like ended up having to saw his arm off with a pocket knife. That's the level of pain we're talking about here. That just the mental ability to steel yourself in that moment, is hard to achieve for somebody who has full health and faculty, let alone somebody who's bleeding out or choking on blood in their lungs. It seems hard for it to be accident, but I can't say that it wasn't. So,
but then the other thing that they were saying about, and that goes into a whole other point, is that they were saying that there was no way for one of the tines of this fork to go into her without the other ones. So how do some come out without the other ones? Because there's no give, there's no bend. Like for her to do that on her own I can't wrap my brain around it. And and especially because when they showed the pictures of the wounds, none of them are bigger than the other ones. So even if it was pulled out, like if she was trying to pull it out, it would have come out on an angle, which means that they wouldn't be perfect. Whoever pulled that out had to, in my mind, had to be above her to pull it almost straight out, that there's no additional damage. Am I making sense?
You'd have to be gripping almost at the tines where they're penetrating, because any other force would put a torque on those spines. And I mean, she was non-responsive, so I mean, she wouldn't have been like screaming as it came out, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's and I know it doesn't necessarily matter for this trial per se, but I guess in a way it does. They're trying to say that it was an accident, but they can't. There's no. It doesn't compute in my brain.
Yeah, crazy.
That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for actually.
Because no one had said anything about addition. There should have no matter there should have been additional injuries if she tried to pull it out herself. Is just anyhow, but thank you. Great to talk to you again. Yes, I'm Canadian. I am.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't hear an accent at all.
No, Libby said caller must be Canadian. I sure am.
Yep, we heard the about. So thank you for actually appreciate
I love y'all.
Yep, we'll see you. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, we've got another call here. I think we've got enough time. Oh, where'd it go? They hung up. I tried. There's too many holes in this case. What is the final count? Let's see if we can finalize this. The number of impale punctures in her body on her back or side, right? Those are the ones that matter because those were caused. We know that those would be caused by this implement. There are 4 tines on the corn rake. There are 5 or 6 holes in her body. If there's 6 and only 4 or 5 holes in the jacket, it doesn't stand to reason. If somebody was intentionally murdering her with this corn rake, they were trying to kill her, and they hit once, and they pulled it out again and tried to hit again, there would be more holes in the coat. There's no way you can swing again at somebody who's, you're swinging again because they're still alive, right? They're still moving. That you line up those holes perfectly and not puncture more holes in the coat. You can't puncture the body and penetrate like that without having a hole in the coat as well. One might have been medical. I don't think they did intubate her, I believe, but that's through the mouth. There were 4 in the jacket initially, and then they found the 5th hole, which the sheriff sent the picture saying, look, there's 5. The experts were wrong, as he was reviewing the evidence on his own. She was running away and the coat slipped down.
Call from Patty.
Hey, Patty, we've just got seconds before the court comes back. What's on your mind?
Hi, Ari. So if she fell back on this fork, and it's a small area, couldn't she have, when she tried to get back up, the fork handle could have got stuck on something and pulled out, and then she fell back on it, tries to roll over, just in a small area.
I don't know. I guess I'd have to say yes. I guess it's possible, right? Because, I mean, it's possible to throw a toothpick and have it land on its end. The possibility's there. Doesn't seem very probable to me. But
her trying to twist around and then her coat getting pulled up, I don't know. Just my 2 cents.
You know what I think? I think I'd like to see the angles of the entries from the spikes, because I'm calling into question the idea that he would have to be the orientation would have to flip. I wonder if it's possible with the position of her body to have the angles of penetration work with the handle still being the same orientation.
Gotcha.
Looks like we've got sound back from court, so it looks like we're about to start. Patty, thanks for the call.
Thanks.
We'll see you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. When Todd found it, he says it was pointing up towards the ceiling. She was face down on the ground, but it was pointing up. The spikes were in her back. It was pointing up by her head, so it was going up.
Please be seated. Ms. Nichols-Cook, additional evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. The applicant would call Lynn White.
All right. Ms. White.
Okay, from the gallery.
Take your time, please. You can come forward and have a seat in the chair to my left.
Oh, there's no chair.
Yep, go ahead. Oh,
there's no chair.
Our chair disappeared. Well,
the witness took the chair.
That's interesting. We can grab one.
We have a theft in the courtroom. Bailiffs. Bailiffs. Witness chair is gone.
Thank you.
Who takes the witness chair? You know we're going to need it again.
Thank you.
Is that a lawn chair? It's not very comfy.
All right. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can turn that microphone on in front of you there. There's a button in the bottom center. And then feel free to adjust the chair and the microphone so that you can sit comfortably.
There you go.
Yep. Okay.
split up. What was the second part about it? I'm sorry.
Oh, feel free to adjust the chair and the microphone so that you can sit comfortably.
All right.
Okay. Ms. Nichols-Cook, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. White. How are you?
Good morning. Very well, thank you.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your name for the court reporter?
Lynn White, W-H-I-T-E.
And Ms. White, how do you know Todd Mullis?
I am his older sister.
And where do you currently live?
Dubuque County.
Did you grow up here in Delaware County?
Yes, I did.
And what do you do for work?
Currently, I am a office manager for a construction company.
How long have you been there?
14 years.
Prior to that, what did you do?
I was a city clerk treasurer for a small town in Dubuque County for 10 years, a neighboring county for 5 years as a deputy clerk, and I also worked in the banking industry for 5 years.
Do you have other siblings in addition to Todd?
Yes.
Who are they?
I have an older sister, Lori, an older sister, Mike, and the two younger boys, Pat and Todd.
And Mike's your brother?
Correct.
Okay. We've heard some references in other testimony about Lynn and Mike. Would that be you and your brother, Mike, that people are talking about as far as helping with things around the family farms?
Yes.
And then, is Leroy Mullis your dad?
Yes.
Do your parents and your brothers all live close to where Todd and Amy Mullis were living in 2018?
Yes, all within about 5 miles.
And does your family, including your parents and your brothers, do they currently farm?
Yes.
Have they always farmed?
Yes.
Is it crops or livestock?
Both.
Both? In the spring of 2018, do you know who was planting crops?
Todd planted the corn and Mike planted the beans.
And in 2018, do you know who would harvest crops?
In 2018, it was Todd that ran the combine along with Mike.
Can you tell us about your relationship with Todd's wife, Amy?
I was in their wedding. I am the godmother of their daughter. At holidays, we would play cards together, do the dishes together, throw darts in the yard. I would stop on occasion to the farm and just visit.
Darts in the yard. Were those dangerous?
I want to talk now specifically about the summer and the fall of 2018, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember learning that Amy's grandmother was ill and eventually passed away?
Yes.
Did you learn about any other family issues that Amy had going on that were affecting Todd and the kids?
I believe that her uncle was also in the hospital. He had some sort of brain bleed, and she was assisting her mom in taking care of her uncle.
Do you know if that required Amy to be gone from Delaware County at times?
Yes.
Did you have interactions with Todd and the kids and Amy during the summer and the fall of 2018?
Yeah, I would see them on occasion, yes.
Did you have any concerns about Todd and Amy's relationship?
None.
I want to talk now specifically about November 10th, 2018. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I was babysitting my 2 grandsons.
Did you get a call that day about Amy?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you did after you got that call?
After I got the call, I assigned the babysitting duties to my husband, and I jumped in the car and I went to the hospital.
What did you see when you got to the hospital?
At the hospital, we went into the family room, and there was some friends that were in the family room, along with Todd sitting in a chair. His eyes were red. I could tell he had been probably crying or was upset. And there was, I believe, I'm not exact, but I think that, there was other people in the room, but I don't know who they were.
Okay, no, that's okay. And if I ever ask a question that you're not sure about, please ask me to ask it again.
Okay.
While you were in the waiting room, did you learn that Amy passed away?
They had come and asked Todd to go back to the emergency room where she was at, and when he came back, they said she had passed away.
At this point in time, what was your understanding of what had happened to Amy?
There was a farm accident at the farm, something with the red shed.
Did you help Todd with the logistics and the arrangements for Amy after that point?
Yes.
Did you help him make the funeral arrangements?
Yes, I went along with her mom and stepdad, and Taylor, I believe, also went along to help, and we made the funeral arrangements in Manchester.
After the funeral arrangements had been made, did you learn that there were concerns that Amy's death was not an accident?
When I was going up to the farm, on, I believe it was the 16th, I had called Todd that I was on the way, and he said that he had gotten a call from Sheriff LeClaire that he wanted him to stop in at the office, and they were going to get the file basically kind of wrapped up, closed up, and so we could move on. So, and I don't want you to, I want to make sure I keep asking. So on November 16th, is that when you became aware that there were concerns about Amy's death not being an accident? Yes.
Okay. And so at that point you learned that the sheriff wanted to see Todd. What did you do?
I picked him up and I drove him to the sheriff's office for this interview to get it wrapped up. I waited in the waiting room.
Do you know how long you were in the waiting room while Todd was with the sheriff?
It was approximately 2 to 3 hours at least.
What happened when you and Todd left the sheriff's office that day?
They had told me they issued us, what do they call them, subpoena, and that they wanted to get Amy's phone from the farm. And so we basically drove back to the farm then with just in the car with the subpoena or in our hand. Was reading it, I guess.
Could it also have been like a search warrant?
Oh, yes, that's what it was. Sorry.
Okay. At that time, did you learn what investigators thought had happened to Amy?
I'm going to object. This is calling through based upon hearsay.
Well, overruled. The witness can testify as to her understanding.
When I went into the interview room, Agent Turbot had said that we know Todd did this.
So at that point, in your mind, what are you doing? Like, what are your next steps?
I guess I was in shock, number one. Next step, I thought, where are you coming up with this? Because it was a farm accident. And I was trying to think, who do I call? So,
did you contact an attorney between the sheriff's office and the farm?
Say that again.
Did you contact an attorney between leaving the sheriff's office and arriving at the farm?
Yes.
Were you at Todd and Amy's then when the search warrant was executed on the 16th?
Yes.
How would you characterize your interactions with law enforcement during that process?
After we had given them the phone, they wanted to see the buildings, and when we were walking to the building, Travis Hemiseth turned around and said, "You need to tell your brother."
Sustained.
If you can characterize it without repeating what someone said to you, as far as was it hostile or angry? Was there a lot of back and forth? What do you recall observing and being a part of?
Can you re-ask that again? Sorry.
Yeah. When the search warrant is being executed on the 16th, can you describe for us what was happening? Were officers also talking with you and Todd?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, on hearsay and backdoor hearsay, even if we're cabining it where it's not saying specifically what they said. It's based upon those statements and observations of those statements.
Yeah, I mean, I think that question is probably inviting hearsay, Ms. Nichols-Cook. I'm not sure if maybe you can rephrase.
Let me try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Luke Bryan, welcome. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button.
Would you characterize the interactions that you had with investigators as being aggressive towards you?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yes.
After the search warrant was executed, did you help Todd make any adjustments to the funeral arrangements for Amy?
Yes. We spoke with Bob Sabers, and we just plain asked him, do we want to wait on getting the cremation process delayed if there's going to be issues?
I'd like to show the witness Exhibit 310, just the first page. Let me know if it pops up on your screen.
It's not popping up for some reason. Just a second here, counsel.
The judge has a button. '80s, we'll sing to her tomorrow. That's awesome. Sorry we missed
Your
her
Honor,
today.
may we approach the witness and show her one of our screens?
You certainly can. It's not acting like it's connected at all, so I'm not sure
Maybe it's not turned on.
what the issue is.
Can you show the other side as well?
Ms. White, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It was the letter that was drafted to the by Leonard Funeral Home in order to have them delay the cremation.
I object on hearsay on this letter. The letter's not in evidence, and it's signed by Mr. Mullis, so it's hearsay.
Okay. The objection's overruled. The answer will remain in the record. And you had not offered it yet, correct, Ms. Nichols-Cook? All right.
Ms. White, did you help Todd write this letter?
We talked to the funeral home, and the funeral home director is the one that wrote it.
And did you?
I was on the
type it up
phone
and
call.
prepare it?
I was on the phone call with the funeral director at the time, yes.
Did you type up this letter?
I don't remember.
Have you seen this letter before today?
Yes.
And is what you have seen today a true and accurate representation of the letter that you helped Todd prepare for the funeral home?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, we would move page 1 of 310 into evidence.
I think it's coming in.
With the caveat, we're just talking about page 1. I have no objection on foundation, but I would object on the same hearsay grounds that it's signed by Mr. Mullis.
It's a self-serving statement, right? Can't come in.
310, page 1 is admitted. The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. White, I want to move on a little bit and talk about You mentioned Bob Sabers earlier. Is he an attorney?
Yes.
Were you involved in hiring counsel or representation for your brother Todd?
I assisted, yes.
Is Mr. Sabers one of those attorneys that you met with and hired?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first hired Mr. Sabers?
After talking to the lawyer on the way back to the farm, we also asked him, it was not the type of law that he had or practiced, so he suggested some names. We're like, who do we talk to? So he suggested some names, and we called Bob. Actually, I called Bob, but...
Thank you. Do you recall the date that Todd was arrested for Amy's murder?
February of 2019.
And at that time, did you let Mr. Sabers know about the arrest?
Yes. I was at work, and I got a phone call from my brother Mike, and so then I proceeded to call Bob and find out what was going on.
And so at some point, did another attorney become involved in representing Todd on these charges?
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Jake Firehelm.
And while these attorneys were representing your brother, was Todd in the county jail?
Yes.
And at times, was he also moved to the Buchanan County Jail?
Yes.
What was your role with the attorneys while they were representing Todd?
I was kind of the middleman as far as communications. I was the gopher to find information to get to them.
Were you in communication with Todd while he was in the county jail?
Yes, he would call.
How often would he call you?
Oh, probably at every 2 or 3 days, every day. It just depended on the week.
When you said you were the middleman or the person, does that mean you were asking the attorneys questions?
Yes.
And were you also then providing them information or answers to their questions?
Yes, correct.
Was Todd asking you questions?
Yes.
Were you able to give Todd any answers?
None other than they're working on things, because I didn't want to get into details over the phone.
And why was that?
The phone calls are recorded.
Do you recall Todd writing notes and letters to the attorneys while he was in jail?
Yes.
Would you also then get copies of those from the attorneys?
I would get the originals from the attorney.
I want to show the witness a prior exhibit 233.
Oh, and it came up.
It popped up now.
Thank you. Ms. White, this exhibit has several pages, but looking at the first page, do you recognize it?
Yes, it's one of Todd's letters.
And we can scroll slowly for you. Does this appear to be a continuation of Todd's writing?
Yes.
Okay. What about this page?
Yes.
And the next one?
Yes.
And the next one?
Yes.
Okay. And on this one, do you see a date at the top?
Yes, August 29th, 2019.
Based on your recollection, is this before the criminal trial?
Yes, that was in September.
Next page. Is this also Todd's writing and a continuation of the prior letter?
Yes.
And same question here.
Yes, continuation.
And we've covered all the pages in that exhibit. So can you tell us a little bit about what types of questions and information Todd was looking for while he was in jail?
Well, he kept asking if we were going to have the scene recreated, if we could possibly get experts on what they were looking for.
I'm going to object on hearsay grounds. Party opponent to himself.
Overruled. You may continue with your answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'll ask you another question. Did Todd and you have conversations before he went to jail about, what would happen if he was arrested?
Yes.
And did you get kind of chosen to help, be a voice for him?
Yes.
And so when Todd would communicate with you, either via letter or phone calls, would you take concerns that he had to the attorneys?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
The judge is
I
just
would call
done with
them
objections.
and just call them like every day. What's going on? What are we doing?
And did you also send them emails?
Yes.
At any point, did they start sending you updates about the case and what was happening?
They would send phrases along saying we're working on things and just tell me they were working on things. I mean,
what was your understanding of what that meant, we're working on things?
Objection, it's based on hearsay and vague.
Sustained.
What did you think was happening at that time?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's asking for her own understanding and to explain the actions that she takes next. It's not asking her to repeat any out-of-court statement for the truth of the matter. It's what she thought was happening.
If you can clarify as to the time period, the witness may answer.
Ms. White, during the time after Todd's arrest, before his trial, when you would have conversations with the attorneys and they told you they were working on things, what did you think was happening?
I'm going to object again on hearsay and speculation.
Overruled.
well, they shared things with me, and in sharing things with me, I would ask them what's being done about materials they had shared with me. If they were working on things, we kept telling them too, it's an accident. What are you finding out? Are you going to recreate this? What are you doing?
Okay. And you said they were sharing things with you. What types of things were you getting?
I got just about everything. Medical examiner reports, her medical records. I've got police reports. I got the Celebrite information. That's what I can recall right now.
And I know earlier I briefly asked about your work history, but to clarify, that didn't include any investigative training or experience?
No.
Any cell phone, Celebrite
no.
type of experience? Do you remember talking with anyone else besides the attorneys directly during this process, during this time period of leading up to trial, that worked with the attorneys?
Yes. I talked to the secretary for Jake Firehelm, and the two of us collaborated on a lot of the issues that we had in front of us. I would do things on the Celebrate. I would work up reports and figure out how to get everything in line, and then I would call Christy and ask her if she saw the same thing, and told her basically, she's like, how did you get that? So then I went through the steps on pulling up the Celebrate information and told her how to basically connect everything together. And then she would let me know that she was going to show this to the attorney, Jake, and share it with Bob.
Did you ask her if they had an expert to review the digital?
I told her, I asked her, I said, we need somebody to look at all this. We need a computer guy to do this. But when she asked, well, how did you get that report? I would explain to her and tell her in detail how I come up with the report I had.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your objection.
Hearsay, thank you.
Overruled, the answer will remain in the record.
To your knowledge, as the person who was representing your family with these attorneys, did either attorney ever consult or hire an expert to review the evidence that you were getting copies of?
We asked several times, but I was not informed anybody was hired, and I kept inquiring, who do we have?
In the weeks leading up to the trial, did the attorneys ask you or the family for any information or assistance?
Yes, we provided them with drone footage of the farm a few days before the trial. We provided them with pictures of the barns, the area where Todd was working at. We provided, actually, Bob had emailed me asking me if I would draft some questions about.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
It's okay. So was this the first time they'd asked you to do things to help with their representation?
Not the first time. I offered, what can we do? How can we help? What do we need to do to help in the accident? To get information out to show.
And then did you write questions for witnesses?
Yes.
And provide those to the attorneys?
Yes, since the attorneys didn't have a background on some of the people on the deposition list, they just said, can you give us a little background on these people and maybe draft some questions as to what to ask them in the deposition?
She was a full-on
Had you ever
paralegal
hired
before.
and worked with attorneys before?
Hired, I've got a tax attorney. Other than that, through my work at the city, we had a city attorney. At my job now, we have attorneys there. I don't hire them, but I
for a
work with
personal
them.
matter, for a family matter like this?
Not for a family matter like this, no.
Did you have concerns that you brought up to the attorneys before trial?
I kept asking them, are you going to talk to Todd about what's going on? Are you in communications with him? Does he have everything he needs as far as what's going to be presented? Several times we talked.
What was your impression after phone calls with Todd about whether he had information about what the attorneys were doing?
I'm going to object that this is based on hearsay or backdoor hearsay.
Sustained.
I need just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I think somebody figured out how to turn on the heat in my house. It's like
Would
80
Todd
degrees in
communicate frustration to you?
Yes.
Same objection.
I'm not asking for a statement. It can't be hearsay if it's not a statement. So I would
Overruled. The
Thank
answer will
you.
remain in the record.
Snark.
Were you able to discern why Todd was frustrated?
Yes, he would state that the attorneys would,
Objection, hearsay.
Oh, I didn't hear that, sorry.
Without telling me what Todd would say, could you discern, what it is you needed to do next?
Objection, this is backdoor hearsay.
I'm asking for her actions, what she did next. So it's not truth of what Todd said, it's the effect it had on her and what she did.
Objections overruled. Ms. White, just be careful to talk about what your actions were and not what statements were made too, okay?
Okay.
All right, you may proceed.
The actions that were taken was to get a hold of the attorneys and see what was going on.
So you were asking more questions?
Yes.
And would you also send them emails?
Yes.
Did they ever ask you to review pleadings before they filed them?
Yes, they would send me drafts and I would help them with some grammar and punctuation, that type thing, yes.
Prior to trial, did you ever learn that the attorneys were not going to pursue an accident theory?
No.
Did you attend the criminal trial?
Yes, every day.
Were you present in the courtroom during the defense opening statement?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Oh. Yes, I was.
What was your reaction to the opening statement?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Shock and dismay, wondering where it came from.
During the trial, did you attempt to speak with the attorneys?
Yes.
Did you ask them questions?
Yes.
Did that include wanting to know what the plan was for the trial?
Yes.
If you had been informed before the beginning of the trial that counsel was going to concede Amy's death was a homicide, would you have done anything?
I'm going to object as calls for speculation and relevance as to her.
I'd sustain that one, Judge.
Thoughts of what the trial strategy was.
Sustained.
Ms. White, if you had been informed or made aware about counsel's opening statement, would you have taken any action?
Yes.
It's no objection, but...
What would you have done?
Objection. This is relevance into what her actions or statements or conduct would have been in response to trial counsel's trial strategy is not relevant.
Right. Sustained.
If you had known, would you have gotten new counsel for your brother?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Were you ever consulted about conceding homicide?
Same objection.
Overruled.
No.
To your knowledge, was Todd ever consulted?
Objection. There's no foundation that she was aware of every conversation between trial counsel and relevance, even if there was.
Overruled.
I was not aware of any communications on that, no.
Do you recall talking with Todd after he testified at his trial?
Yes, he called us on the way home, I believe.
Comes the hearsay.
Was he upset?
Yes.
Were you upset?
Correct.
At that time, in 2019, did you think Amy's death was an accident?
Say that one more time.
At the time of the trial in 2019, did you think Amy's death was an accident?
Yes.
Have you learned anything that's ever changed?
No.
Your mind? Did you meet with the attorneys after the trial?
Yes. We met with Jake. Bob, we didn't meet with him, I don't believe.
Did you ever learn that Todd now thought Amy's death was a homicide?
Objection based on hearsay or backdoor hearsay. It's whether it's if she learned that information, it's based on statements that were made to her. So even if it's cabined in such a way that it's not reflecting the statement, it is based upon the information that was learned that is hearsay.
Sustained.
Miss White, has your brother always maintained his innocence to you?
Yes.
And then I think I just have maybe one thing I forgot to ask you in the beginning. Do you recognize this glass fixture that I'm holding up?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
It's a light cover that they use in the hog buildings to go over the light bulbs.
Finally got that in.
Did you provide this to the attorneys for
Yes.
the current attorneys for Mr. Mullis?
Yes, I did.
And did it come from the hog barn at the Mullis farm?
Correct.
They can object on relevance.
Your Honor, at this point, we would move to move Exhibit 275 in.
Any objection?
Not on foundation, just on relevance.
275 is admitted.
It's in. Judge gets to stick
Your
her
Honor,
hand
I
in
know
the light
it's
bulb cover.
noon, and I need to queue up perhaps my last exhibit. If the court could give me a minute, or if the court wants us to come back after lunch, I'm fine either way.
We can keep going, I think, if it makes sense to finish up your direct.
Fading off. They're pretty smiley to each other. Like, they can fight and battle in court, but then with each other, they're pretty friendly. The light cover supposedly shows that Todd's wife cleaning the light cover, she would have reached inside and skimmed
we were talking earlier about talking with Todd after he testified at his trial. If that would have been September 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
And I know you mentioned earlier that the calls, when Todd would call you from the jail, they would be recorded. So do you remember him expressing frustration about the questions he was asked on cross-examination?
I'm going to object on hearsay again.
So far, as long as you're not
responding to specific statements that were made. The objection will be overruled. You can answer.
Was he expressing frustration?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would like to play this call that we're talking about. I believe it's a prior consistent statement of Mr. Mullis, and so it would satisfy an exception to any hearsay objection to aid Ms. White in her testimony.
And I anticipate I know which jail call this is, Your Honor, and I would object that this is not a prior consistent statement that was made under oath at a prior court proceeding. This is simply a jail call between Mr. Mullis and his family member. It falls directly within hearsay. Mr. Mullis, of course, could have testified about his own recollections, but he can't testify through another witness.
Which exhibit is this?
It's in the jail calls, I think 375, and there's 686 jail calls in there by my count. So.
Ms. Nichols-Cook, I guess, as far as the issue of it being an exception or not, any further record you wish to make on that?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that there was a lot of cross questions about Todd's testimony at trial and whether he conceded it was a homicide in his testimony. And this phone call comes directly after that, in which Mr. Mullis explains that he still thinks it's an accident, but he didn't know how else to answer that question on cross-examination. And it is consistent with all of his prior statements to law enforcement that her death or her injuries were the result of an accident. And that is what he continued to tell his family and his attorneys throughout the process.
Okay, again, though, if this is Mr. Mullis's statement that you're using, correct, not this witness's?
Yes.
All right. So we still have a hearsay problem then, it sounds like.
I do think it could also fall under the residual hearsay exception.
And just for purposes of the record, there has been no notice of residual hearsay exception being intended to be used at this trial.
Residual?
So at this point, I'm not thinking that this would be admissible.
Okay. I can move on, Your Honor, and ask a final question. Ms. White, have you continued to support your brother throughout his legal proceedings?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay. Ms. White, you may step down for now.
Your Honor, I think I can keep this very brief if that's acceptable.
Absolutely. Certainly. You may go ahead with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I guess good afternoon now, Ms. White.
Good afternoon.
It's just so we're all clear, you are Todd's sister, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say you love your brother.
Yes.
You care very deeply about him.
Yes.
And that you did everything you could in your power to assist him with his defense.
To keep communications between him and the lawyers and just to keep the ball rolling, yes.
And you still believe in his innocence and want to see him be successful in this action. Is that fair?
He is innocent.
You were asked a couple questions about helping review pleadings. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would an example of that be, so there was a bond issue, I believe. Were you asked to review specifics about how much land Todd owned, for example?
I had to give background on that, yes.
So that would be an example of specifics you were providing to the attorneys to put into the pleadings?
Just a small portion.
You were also aware or are you aware generally that if an attorney talks to you, if you're not the client, that it would waive attorney-client privilege?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware of it now, generally?
I did not know that, no.
Uh-oh. Where are we going?
I believe Todd had permission with the attorneys or told the attorneys that they should be talking to me as well so that I could be his middleman on the outside, I guess you'd say, to help with communications and make sure that the process was functioning and moving along.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
One question, Your Honor. Ms. White, did the attorneys ever give you any information about what their strategy was going to be to pass on to the family or to Mr. Mullis?
Never.
No further questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor, and just for the record, we would release Ms. White from our subpoena as well. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
don't
Now
need
you
her.
may sit down, Ms. White.
Thank you.
State says we're not going to call her back. And now
All
we're
right,
gonna go
let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I think, counsel, based on our earlier discussion this morning, Ms. White may be our last in-person witness. Is that correct, at least from the applicant's side?
Yes, Your Honor, that's my understanding.
Okay. I know that we have several witnesses that will be presented through their deposition testimony or by stipulation or other agreement. And the state may need an opportunity to confer before there's any final plan as far as presentation of in-person testimony. I don't know, counsel, were you in a position to commit to that at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I can commit. As the court and both parties know, we have been attempting to ask our questions during cross-examinations to streamline matters, so we will have no additional witnesses to call at this time, just the depositions and the evidence that has been presented.
Okay. So I guess more for the benefit of those who are here observing, there would not be any additional in-person testimony. The remaining matters that need to be addressed between the parties and the court would consist of arguments regarding some remaining evidentiary issues, and then I guess discussions and clarifications regarding the agreements regarding the remaining witnesses that we have to talk about. I know that counsel is continuing to work on some agreements as far as how that testimony would come in specifically for the court's consideration. So we'll certainly pick up with that after lunch. And then once we've concluded that, I'll provide both parties with an opportunity for some limited oral closing argument, and both parties will then also have an opportunity to submit brief written legal briefs to the court to identify any legal authority that they believe would be particularly helpful. So we'll discuss deadlines for that as well when we come back this afternoon. I anticipate that our arguments and our discussion regarding the evidentiary issues will take some time. I would propose that both parties have up to 15 minutes for any oral closing argument that they wish this afternoon. I'll also provide the applicant an additional 5 minutes for a rebuttal closing since it is the applicant's burden.
So we'll plan on concluding with that at the very end of everything else that we need to do this afternoon.
This will be good. This is going to be fiery.
Anything of a housekeeping nature that we should address then before we break for lunch on behalf of the applicant?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's plan on picking back up then at 1:30. All right, I'll see you back here then. Thank you.
Wow. 1:30, we're coming back. I just made the placeholder for the new video, which we will come back to at, well, if it'll work. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Okay. So we'll come back at 2:15, which gives us 1 hour for lunch. There we go. Close, save. Yeah, we will portal over. We'll portal over from here to the next stream. Give us an hour for lunch. It's going to go quickly, and it's going to get spicy. Here's what happens after lunch. The two sides are going to duke it out over what witness testimony through deposition, other things are coming in. That's going to probably be maybe an hour or so. This afternoon, we expect to get closings. Closings will be fast. They will be furious. Fast and furious, but not that fast and furious. It's going to be heated, but they've got to wrap it all up. 15 minutes to sum it up for the applicant, for Todd, for his attorneys to make the argument as to why he should get a new trial. And I'll spoil it for you. It's because he thinks his lawyer failed him, and failed him not just in doing a poor job, but such a poor job that he deserves a new trial. That's where we're at. I think the judge has shown some leniency towards Todd and his team, as far as allowing evidence in, allowing things to go a little further than possibly they should have. She might be leaning that way as to saying, yeah, this does look bad. Did look like you get a bad deal, but we'll see how this goes. Half Fast and Hurried is a notch down from starting from Fast and Furious. They each get 15 minutes and then 5 minutes for rebuttal. That's quick. His lawyer admitted it. That's a problem. I'm fast and oblivious. All right. I think these lawyers have done a great job for him. Sure have fought hard. So there will be filings, legal briefs filed, and oral statements, and then the judge is the jury here. There's no panel that's going to be judging this. It's just her. So I'm going to take a break and try not to eat anything else that will make me sleep. Amber texted me in the middle of the night. She sent me a link to Casey Anthony's new social media. I couldn't sleep after that. It just ruined my night. I just can't see her as an advocate for anybody. I can't draw that connection. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in just under an hour, actually 55 minutes, right here on this channel. Coming up this week, we have a couple big things. Thursday, we have the podcast. Friday, I've got a gig, which you're not invited to, but it's a streaming gig. It's going to be fun. I'm going to work somewhere else, but that's at night. And then Saturday, we have a podcast that I'm a guest on. It's going to be Valhalla Awaits. It's a Lego build, and I'm excited. I've never done this before, so don't post Anthony's link. It's not good. It's not good, I tell you. All right. Myron's getting some tacos for everybody, so thank you, Myron. Appreciate that. We'll see you guys after lunch.